Ah, Belarkey's first this time. Belarkey, welcome back. I don't know what happened. I ran my connection speeds and everything was fine. I had well more than enough to be streaming, so I did forget to turn off my peripherals this morning, so sometimes that can shut me down. Um, but I mean, I don't think I had any ring notifications or anything like that that popped up on my phone, which means that the likelihood of one of the bigger hogs of my internet connection speeds around here wasn't on at the time. So I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, we're back. We're back, and it's time for me to. It's beyond time for me to start taking a look at our numbers here. Jason says Pornhub gave you a virus. Don't do that on this computer, man. I've got too much at stake here to have that kind of a thing be a problem. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. I went ahead and logged into my broker already while I was waiting to see what my internet connection speeds were like, and while I was kind of checking things over, giving it the good run through. And oh, look, YouTube's actually reporting that I that my live stream came on. So let's take a. I'll give people just a minute longer here or so before I start doing the numbers. Uh, Man, it's saying no data again. I did. No, it's not. It may show you that it's on, but it's not. So I can tell you right now, guys, that from my side, from my side, I'm having no problems. Um, yeah, it does say that you're still on. It does say you're still on. For some reason, it didn't turn you off when I turned you off earlier. It keeps turning you guys back on. It won't let me shut you off. Yeah, it might be better. Um, Give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to diagnose this. Why does it keep turning you guys on? That doesn't make sense. Okay, weird. I can't seem to turn off devices now on my system here. All right. Let's check it out here, and let me. We're all turned on. All right, let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. Um, Combined price of AMC and Ape yesterday was $1.20 on Ape and 3.93 on AMC for a combined total of 513. I don't think there was anybody that missed yesterday. Eric was the highest at 5 to 8, but he still got it even with the higher prediction than most of us. So points around to everybody and this is not meant as uh, any kind of financial advice whatsoever. It's just us trying to figure out what price is going to be on a daily basis and just trying to stay sharp here. So let me go ahead and add 1 point to everybody, reset the numbers for the week. There we go. Going to short exempt volume. On AMC, because of the lower volume that we had yesterday, there was very low amounts of short exempt volume. It was 141.4 thousand. And let's check Ape.
Still says December.
Mm-hmm. 317.9. Price was down 3.44% on AMC. And Ape was down 14.89%. Utilization. 100% for AMC. Let me verify the date real quick. January 3rd is correct. So 100% utilization. That is day number 6 in a row, adding to the 221 days we had prior. And Ape was at 90.65. Still a lot of utilization fluctuation going on over there with Ape. All right, checking Max Payne. $4.50 is what it was going into this week. Let's see what it is currently. $4. Max Payne has now moved down to $4. And institution, or let's go with off exchange next. Off exchange by the end of the day should be somewhere around 64% for a normal day. Off exchange on AMC was 58.1 and EDGX 9.42. Combined, that was 67.52%, which is about 3.52% higher than what it should have been. CHX volume was definitely elevated. Our normal 30-day average is 0.77%. We were at 0.97 with 214.3 thousand contracts going through that exchange. On Ape, final numbers for the day yesterday on Ape was 69.7% going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.46, grand total 75.16. That's 11.16% higher than where it should have been. CHX volume was very normal. Let's see here on GME, CHX volume was normal, and on HYMC, CHX volume was normal. Institutional ownership yesterday was 139.384 million. Today is 139.384 million. Looking at the options, largest amount of open short interest yesterday was at a $5 strike for calls. Today it's at $4 strike, so it's a buck less. Hence the reason why that likely there were 7.7 thousand contracts yesterday on a $5 strike, and then today there's 13.8 thousand contracts on $4. That's likely the reason why our Max Payne went down was due to those call options being opened at $4. And then on puts, highest amount of open interest is at a $4 strike price as well, which is up 50 cents from yesterday. Yesterday at 350 was 6.4 thousand contracts. Today there's 14.9 thousand contracts at 4. So the market really kind of homing in on a $4 closing price by the end of the week for AMC. And let me move a couple screens around and we'll look at the rest of the data. Let's see here. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $5.26. It is slightly breaking out of this descending, now an 8-day long wedge. We did get the breakout at the point where I thought we would see a breakout at, and then very temporarily, before the market came back down yesterday, and AMC and Ape came down with it, bringing us back down into that same wedge, that 7-day wedge. Now we're on eighth day, and we're slightly breaking to the top side of that wedge again. So hopefully we can see another breakout of this trend, this downwards trend. But we'll take a look at the rest of the numbers and see if that's going to be a real possibility or not. Yesterday, orders by Fidelity customers, the final numbers for the last 4 minutes of the day yesterday. Because they're not reporting all the orders, they're just giving the 4-minute reporting, the last 4 minutes of trades that occurred. Let's see where we have. We have GMEs up on the list here with a 70 to 30% buy sell ratio. And that's the only one out of the three that I look for with the orders that were just filled for the last prior 4 minutes of the trading day. Looking at SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC would be at $3.54. Ape closed at a $1.20, so minus 12 cents. Would be $1.08 would be where Ape would trigger. And shares available to borrow this morning so far is showing 400,000 shares. That's about what we had yesterday. We had about 200,000, I think, at one point. It looks like they returned up to 800,000 of those shares, and as of right now, they've borrowed half of those. So we're looking at 400,000 shares borrowed out of the available amounts, and out of the ETFs, it looks like they've borrowed about 40,000. So we'll just call it an even 450. We're gonna round up a little bit. Yesterday, there were 600,000 shares having been borrowed for the day yesterday. So fees are at 106.3%. 73.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 5.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 28.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 31 thousand contracts that are in the money. Notice how quickly it took one day to get us over 100,000 shares, 100,000 contracts out of the money on puts and calls. One day, we were well underneath this value going into Tuesday, and it took just a single day with a little bit of price movement upwards to cause the amount of out of the money contracts to explode above 100,000 again. So that's not good. I want to see those numbers stay under 100. That usually is a good sign for us. We start running in price. The more options that we see created as price starts running, and then we get to that break point where we have about 100,000 contracts that are out of the money, is where we tend to see the price runs starting to stop, and then the market continuing to drive price back to max pain. So I can't stress enough, guys, that it literally is the options that are killing us. Every single time we start to run in price, these contracts get opened up. People start gambling with money, and these positions get trapped, absolutely trapped, and then we end up seeing no movement, no price movement every single time. Going into next week, we only have about 36,000 contracts that are out of the money. I don't know. Again, I continue to think that we'll continue to see price moving downwards until retail smartens up a little bit and stops trying to FOMO into those contracts. The markets are showing signs of opening up green this morning, anywhere from 0.2 to 0.5%. The VIX is showing a future open down 0.31%. That's all very, very narrow amounts, narrow increases in gains. And so I would say that the chances of this reversing and showing more of a downwards movement by market open is very strong. International markets yesterday, some up, some down. The ones that were down. A few of them were down about 1%. Hang Seng, however, was up 3.22%. U.S. dollar looks like it finally ended up down 0.36% by the end of the day yesterday at 104.14. Let's take a look at that real quick. I just want to see what it looks like. The value that it needs to stay above today for the breakout, it would be 103.88, and it is above that currently. Oil in the pre-market is down 2.56. SPY in the pre-market is up 0.21. Tesla in the pre-market up 0.96. Amazon up 0.69. Cinemark is nice. Cinemark is down 2.77. Doge is up 1.98. Bitcoin is up 0.82 at 16.8 a coin. GME is up 0.93. HYMC is up 1.47. Hood is up 0.62. CS is up 1.6. NCMI is breaking even. Ape is up 1.67. And AMC is up 1.78. Inflow versus outflow yesterday on AMC is approximately about real close to $300,000 more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, we've only seen about 27,000 shares traded on AMC, which is really low volume. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.82, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.05, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is average. On Ape, yesterday there was just a fraction, about $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 96,000 shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day on Ape. That is also low volume. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.61, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.92, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.75, which is slightly below average. Ichimoto. Ichimoto doing some weird stuff over here. So we got Ichimoto is right on price line right now. Oh wait, that's the 5 minute. So hold on. Let me go to the hourly. There we go. That looks a little bit better. I was going like that chart looks way weird. All right, looking at the 1 hour chart on Ichimoto, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. The thinning portion of the cloud shows a potential run up starting tomorrow. Not today necessarily. This is a thinning portion of the red of the red cloud, which could bring increased price movement, but the thinner portion would be, or easier place to break out, would be coming into tomorrow, and the breakout would occur somewhere around like a buck 38 ish. So currently we're at 122. I expect that if price does move upwards at all, we may see a closing of the price somewhere around like a buck 33, maybe. I would be thinking more along the lines of a buck 31. I'm gonna go ahead and write that down for later, just in case. The big push for the day would come at about a buck 55 on the 1 hour chart. And on the 4 hour chart, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base, price finally falling below the cloud. We'd be looking for the next red portion of a cloud to be driving through, which actually, believe it or not, is only a couple days away. But we are trading into Wednesday today, so Thursday, Friday, Monday would be the day where I see a very sliver of a red cloud right there. It's kind of a weird looking red cloud, but if we were to trade below the leading B line, we would be below $1.46, at least until let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, at least until Monday. But yeah, big buying pressure comes today at a price. It would have to be really high. Uh, Big buying pressure comes in today somewhere around the range of like $2. On AMC, on a 1 hour time interval, lagging line is right on price line. Conversion is below base. Price did fall below the green cloud, but is starting to come back up above the green cloud currently. When we don't really have like a red cloud forming until tomorrow. Big buying price would probably start forming today if we were to see a price anywhere above $4.20. Actually, I'm going to put 422. $4.22, which we're at $4 right now. Just throwing that out there. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is starting to cross base. We are at a thinner portion of the cloud than what's coming into the future today. But to get above the cloud for the day to day, we'd have to see higher than $5.11, which would be quite a big push. I don't necessarily see that right now, especially with volume being as low as it is currently. I don't expect to see that to be the case. The question is when is price going to make it above this extremely long 4 hour long cloud here? Price is being heavily pushed down through this. Um, there's seems to be no relief whatsoever on this movement, and it's very typical to make it up through thinning portions of red clouds when we have two thin portions, which is very unusual to see have happen. Uh, a dual this kind of tells me that there's going to be a pretty big springing action because we should have broken through either here or here, and we're delayed. And a thinning portion of the red cloud doesn't come for let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday or Tuesday-ish, probably more Tuesday. And it looks like they want to trade out the price sideways until then. Getting our pokey stick of volume in here. We have 39,358 shares at pokey stick of volume, 67,000 shares in total. So we're looking at like 27,000 shares going into it. This isn't going to be more than a 30 to 50, 30 to, sorry, 10 to 30 million share traded day to day on AMC. And on Ape, pokey stick of volume was 77,000 shares. We had about 100,000 shares going into the minute. So give me a second. The math on this is a little bit more involved. Let's see here. Oops. 125, so not quite. Maybe like 30. 15. Okay. I'm going to go 15 to 35 million shares traded for the day today on Ape. That's about what we had yesterday. Let me just check and see what the final numbers were for yesterday on this. Ape shares traded yesterday was 24.8 million. I would expect something very, very similar. So I'm going to go 15 to 35 million on AMC or on Ape rather, and on AMC, total amount of volume traded. Where's my historical data? Looks like we had about 22 million shares that were traded through AMC yesterday. I did expect to see some higher volume. It was higher than it was last Friday, that's for sure. But I expected a little bit. I was hoping for maybe like 23, 24 million. I was expecting just a slight bit more than what I saw. I did give a prediction of 20 to 40 million shares, so it looks like we did hit that. Um, but today for sure is going to be less volume, so 10 to 30 million tops. We might see about 20 or 18 to 20 on AMC. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Let me just make sure the screens are set up here properly. Alrighty. The float is on AMC or Ape, Mark? Michael Conley says, Casey, do you think we could have a run to 10 around 120? Max Payne is still $12 for that week. Michael Conley, let me look it up and just check it out real quick here. Give me a second. Let's see here. Yep, I'm getting 12 bucks. Let me just check something else out. So I'm seeing Max Payne for 550 by next week. If that's not the case, they're going to. It's going to get interesting. I can say that at the very least. Max Payne is 550. They run the risk of a lot of put positions being going into the money if they don't raise the price. Um, yeah, there are definitely signs on Max Payne that there's potential for the price to start moving upwards. Roan McCormick, good morning. Oh, sorry about that. I do that quite often by leaving both of them up there. Thank you very much. Also, let me fix SSR real quick here too. SSR trips today at $3.54 for AMC. It won't give me 354 right on the dot. There we go. And then on Ape, it was $1.08, which is going to be down here. Ah, son of a gun, I grabbed the wrong one. Give me a second while I fix this. My mom's yawning. I'm boring her.
I'm cold.
Let me check the temperature. It is getting a little chilly outside.
How cold?
It's so cold in here.
Making it colder.
No, I'm making it hotter. Mackenbees says, "Is the job report out yet?" I don't. I think I want to say it usually comes out at like 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, so maybe 7:30, so maybe 30 minutes from now. But let me check and see here. Tammy says, "Casey, my son lives in Cincinnati and just sent me this. Gas went from 275 to 335 overnight. Now, that's kind of crazy.
60 cents.
Let me see here.
AM.
Let me make sure I've got. I want to make sure I got one of my. I'm pretty sure I have a stat for this page here. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Chris says, I believe jobs is at 7 a.m. Eastern. I think you mean 8. There's no way it's at 7. That would be 6 my time. I don't think I've ever seen anything released at 6. You may mean 8 a.m. Eastern. That is more typical. I'm still looking for the jobs report here.
Job open.
Mm, I don't think this is a page that I don't normally keep open. I don't really pay attention to that too much. I actually I saw an interesting. I don't remember who put out the video. I want to say it was somebody that was being interviewed by Joe Rogan. But they said that, and I actually really agree with this, but I never really thought about why it was that I don't really follow job reporting. But they're saying that job reporting is like a really old indication of whether or not you have a failing economy or not, and it's because you have the job reports that don't include people who are not choosing to work, which is a really interesting statistic that we have happening right now. There's legitimately a very large amount of the population right now who's available to work but is choosing to not work, and so it doesn't reflect an accurate number of how many people are not working in the country. So. This is probably one of the big reasons why I don't even pay attention to that indicator at all anymore. I don't. I just don't subscribe to. I don't think that taking a look at unemployment rates is makes a whole heck of a lot of a difference. It just tells me that it just tells me what current amount of working individuals are seeing in the labor market, which, in quite honestly, um, I know for a fact that there's tons of jobs out there. Tons. Like people are saying all over the place that they can't get anybody into work because people just don't want to. Well, it's not that I don't want to myself. It's more that I'm working on this. I feel like this is work. So I feel like that's not really the case. It's not a case of me not wanting to work. I don't mind going back to work. That's not a problem. I'm,
This is work.
yeah, I know. My mom said this is work. I'm telling you right now, if you think what I'm doing is not work, let me tell you, you're sorely mistaken. I put way more time into this than I probably have any other job I've ever worked at whatsoever. So, this is a choice to document history, and it has nothing to do with not wanting to work. I did not see your comment, Stephen. Hold on a second here. Let me check and see. My prediction from Avatar 2 is coming true. 2.5 billion. The haters said we wouldn't even see 1 to 1.5 billion. AMC set to make 400 million from the movie alone, not even counting concessions. Very nice.
400 million profit?
Hmm. Well, if they were at home working as well, myself, then they would have to be generating some kind of revenue, or they would not revenue, but they would have to be reporting some kind of earnings. And if they're reporting earnings, then they wouldn't be considered jobless. Sam says companies post their jobs that they know people are overqualified for, so people want to take them for tax purposes. Not as many jobs as they always portray. Tammy says that the economic calendar says it'll be released at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. Chris says pulling 100 resumes a week to get 3 candidates we can hire per month right now. About 2 out of the 5 interviews are no-shows. There's, they're simply just filling in their blanks, right, Chris? Mm, yes, myself, I am considered jobless, but I am not on any kind of I won't be making any kind of reports since I don't collect any kind of unemployment. So because I chose to stop working, I never went on to any kind of report saying that I went I was never counted as a unemployed worker.
They think you're still working?
Well, they don't think I'm working, but they don't see me as an unemployed person either.
Maybe they just don't see you.
Yeah, Chris, I'm not surprised by that. I think yeah, Darren says you're off the grid, bro. Yeah, that's pretty much essentially what it is. And that's why I'm saying like I'm not the only one. There's actually quite a few people, but some of them I think kind of fell off. What the job report doesn't account for people who have fallen off the grid. So and that could include people who have run out of unemployment benefits. and have no longer found a job, but they just don't fall on a report anywhere. They're neither employed nor collecting unemployment, so they're just not accounted for. Doug, good morning to you.
Good morning. Happy Saturday.
Oh, hold on a second, guys. My wife just walked in. Yeah, I'd be more curious to see what the they need to change some of the metrics on how they look at the economy. Because I know that like Powell keeps saying that we have a very strong job market, meaning that there's plenty of jobs out there for those who are unemployed. The question is why is the workforce not working? What's causing that to happen? And how is that impacting the marketplace? Another thing too to remember is that we want to slow down purchasing. So they may not necessarily see that as a bad statistic, right? Because if a median income of a family is cut in half as to, or maybe whatever it's cut by because one person in the family decides to stop working, or whatever, it would lower the amount of earnings for that group family, and then hence lower spending rates, or should cause less spending rates. So, and that's kind of what they want to see have happen. They want less spending right now. They want to slow the economy down a little bit. So they may actually see this as like a positive um, indicator that there's less people working, but yet uh, less being bought as well. Plague says, Casey, maybe Biden will hire some guy that wears a dress to look into that. Ah, Plague. I'm not gonna. You make me laugh, but I'm not gonna comment on it. Well, I'm not employed though. You're right, myself. I'm not employed, but I'm not seen as unemployed either. I don't fall on a statistic anywhere, right? Like they don't have any kind of statistic for individuals who choose to not work. Keto 513 to 813. I got you down. Ooh, keto's going upwards in price here. Nice. I don't know what keto's seeing, but I'll have to take a look at that some more before the day gets started. Maybe it's I don't know what it is he's seeing, but he's seeing some kind of positive movement coming up here. Who choose to not be employed? 355 to 655. Doug, gotcha. Um, who choose to not? I guess I don't know. And I guess there's a lot of different reasons why people may choose to not be employed. Jim says Casey's starting to think the corruption will never end. They will never let AMC squeeze. This country is so corrupt. What can we do? Sitting and holding doesn't appear to be working. Um, I think I think you're looking at it from the wrong perspective, Jim. I think the perspective that you should be looking at is if institutions, if you know that institutions are the ones who are causing price to really be moving, what you should be looking is everything other than AMC. So what do you see happening to the marketplace in general? What do you see happening to price across the board? Because hedge funds are long on some of their positions. So if you're seeing everything else dropping in price, why is that? Why is everything else dropping in price? Like, is there a reason? Is there a reason why institutions would sell long positions? Why is that? So I think you're just looking at it wrong. We are having a very large impact. I mean, I think one of the biggest impacts that I've seen that I would point out to somebody if somebody says like we're not having any kind of impact, I would say, oh yeah, well then why is Bitcoin only at 16K a coin when it was at 60 something thousand a coin? And tell me that's not an impact because it sure sounds like one to me. It's a massive impact. Glenn says SEC filing today and Terra owns 8.5% of Ape. That answers Steven's question. Einstein, I got you down 460 to 760. Alan says demographics, boomers dropping out at a faster rate than millennials, zoomers replacing. Boomers have left, millennials holding the bag, which kind of almost seemed like that was going to be the case at some point, anyways, along the way. I don't know if you've heard I heard a statistic at one point a few years back, Alan, that the amount of money being what's the word I want to use here? What do they call that? The amount of money that's been inherited from boomers is at like a record low. In other words, boomers would rather give their money away to charitable contributions than pass it down to family. So the whole idea of leaving millennials holding the bag does seem to be that. I mean, that might be the case. Jim, it's not that they're cashing up to cover; they're cashing up to hold their positions that they continue to hold. I don't think that they're doing anything of the sorts to cover. I don't think they're preparing for that at all. I don't ever believe that that's the case. I think that they've done everything that it is that they can to continue to maintain the positions that they hold, and that's why you see the market continue to go down. Which is another reason why they want us to sell so bad. That's why they've been saying that they need, the market's really pissed off at us right now for doing what it is that we're doing. They're saying until the market's not going to, they've clearly stated it in news reports that the market will not do well again until we sell our positions. They've literally straight out come out and said it in news articles that until we sell our positions, the market is not going to improve. So absolutely, we're having a massive effect on. We have a market-wide impact. Well, they already did, believe it or not, just another ape or Steven. They actually Vanguard, BlackRock, and I always get confused between State Street and Jane Street. It's State Street. State Street. All three of those averaged down last year, not last year, but year 2021. They averaged down, and then now they're averaging down a second time in at the end of 2022. So they've done that already. Uh, you can go back and check and see for yourself the repositions the repositioning that they did back in 21. So yeah, they absolutely are doing that. Well, I think the difference is myself is I don't necessarily think that there's I don't think everybody's doing what it is that I'm doing. That's the difference. There's legit people out there right now who aren't working who are capable to work and probably should be working, but they're just not. Meaning, when I say should be working, meaning that they're living in ways that are probably not going to help them out in the future. It's going to cause a problem, probably off a credit or something else. Okay, so if max pain is 12, 120, wouldn't that mean market spy is going to go up more? It doesn't necessarily have to mean that the spy is going to go up. Elmer Fudd says, "Can you provide a link to any news articles stating that?" Yeah, absolutely. Give me a second here. Here we go. Here's a Wall Street Journal. It took me. See, and I hate to say this to you, Elmer Fudd, but I'm going to say it anyways, because I think it's kind of a kind of an asshole thing to do. Like, you literally didn't even take 2 seconds of your time to go search it out yourself to see if that was the case or not. But it literally took me 2 seconds to post this to you right here. Wall Street Journal: a new bull market can't start until investors give up. Right there. But it's only because I want to prove a point here that it's really easy to find, but you don't believe in it, and so you just would rather call it out instead of looking for yourself to see if that's the truth. But they've said on multiple occasions, over the last year, that the thing that would cause a bull market to run is but for retail to give up and sell multiple times. But I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out for being kind of an ass. Just saying. I mean, literally, like it took me 2 seconds to type that out and just find it. It's not about specifically AMC in general. It's about retail selling, right? And why do we have to? Why does retail have to sell anything? Who in the world do you think retail? Who do you think they're talking? Oh my gosh, I can't start with you. I can't. If you don't see what it is that it's referring to in regards to selling, then you just don't understand. You just don't want to believe. That's why you're here. I don't even want to deal with you. I'm not in for it today. Elmer Fudd. Who do you think they're talking about when they say that? It's complete speculation on your part that any hedge fund needs AMC shares. Yeah. All right. Well, we know why you're here. See ya. I'll make him do a little bit of work to have to come back. Yeah. I mean, just it's really obvious what kind of shill that is. But he's gonna have to work now in order to come back and talk again. So I'll just keep pushing him out. So Tammy, they did the same thing yesterday too, right? The SPY ran up a little bit yesterday and then immediately dropped. What was the? I didn't see what the closing price on SPY was yesterday. Let me check it again. SPY was down yesterday 0.42% or 1.61 points. My mom's laughing too. She says she pointed American Trader. She says, "Could you look up Melvin? Have you heard of them?" Yeah, I mean seriously, like I mean, I don't know, like
How long ago did you
what
guys start that?
what is we started it when Melvin Capital decided they were closing shop, and it's like, what's the deal here? Guys World says he's too lazy. He is. He's too lazy to understand how the market works, and he doesn't even want to take the time to go look and see that it's true. And it's really it's kind of sad that he's not going to open up his eyes to what's really happening in the marketplace. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Like you can't. There's so many indications of what's going on in this marketplace, and yet just refuses to believe it. Mitch says, I heard there was a lot of hecklers here yesterday. Oh, Mitch, you have no idea. There were. They should appreciate all the time Casey gives us and show him. Oh no, it's not respect, Mitch, that I need. I don't need respect. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. It's just it's I know what he was here to do. Elmer Fudd was here to basically call me out on anything that he could possibly find that I said. And as soon as I said something that he didn't agree with, that he didn't think that I could pull a news article for, he called me out on it, right? And so I took me to literally, I typed in exactly what it was that I said into Google search and popped up instantly, posted it up there in like less than 30 seconds for him to see it. And it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, if you're gonna call me out on something that you can at least search and find for yourself that's not true, right? Like at least do a little bit of homework and come back at me and for something that I've said and then challenge me on it before you just jump to conclusions and be like, oh, that can't possibly be a real article that somebody's posted somewhere before. Like take 30 seconds to go type in what it is that I said someplace and see if it's true or not. Right? Like legitimately just give yourself a little time to, but he didn't even want to put in the effort to do the homework. He wanted me to do his homework for him.
Your people are funny.
I know people have senses of humor. Steven says, Casey, I think since fewer people are covering AMC, the YouTubers left are going to get a lot of haters. More than likely, it's okay, man. I mean, it's just I don't mind shilsters. I just hate lazy shilsters. it's like it's like seriously, like if you're gonna shill against me, just put in a little bit of effort, just a tiny bit of effort.
Since Plague FX can't give you a hug, I thought I would.
Okay, my mom's giving me a hug here, Sam, or who said it? Oh, Plague. My mom gave me a hug because apparently I needed one. That's the drawback of hype. No, I doubt it, Sam.
Yeah, Sammy's guinea pig died.
Oh, wait. Mom, don't read stuff ahead of me. I just don't want to hear it.
That's behind. Do not
I
read
don't
ahead.
want. Oh no. All right. So apparently, Savvy, I skipped over. My mom rested. I missed the heckler. Bad time for my guinea pig to pass. Spent the day paying respect her. Savvy, I'm sorry to hear about your guinea pig.
Oh, where's your
My
guinea
mom,
pigs?
my mom read it, and then I heard her say it. I was like, "Don't read ahead." I'm really sorry to hear that, Savvy. We had a couple guinea pigs. They don't. Really, it doesn't seem like they have a whole that long of a lifespan.
It helps if you feed them.
We did feed them. My mom says it helps if you feed them. That's so. That was not. That was not cool.
Okay.
We
Yes,
totally fed them.
I know you did.
All day 365 says he's not getting paid to do his homework. He is getting paid to make a misdirection play. More than likely, but usually they come at me with like more difficult stuff than like, where can you show me proof that it said that before? Like the laziest of lazy things to do. To be honest with you guys, like that, if I had to guess who Flat Earth would be, that probably was Flat Earth. Flat Earth is a little bit lazy in regards to his like the way that he would counter things, like his level of like how uh, motivated he is to try and actually look things up. That would have been a Flat Earth type comment. I would not put Elmer Fudd to be anybody else other than Flat Earth.
Mac and beans. Yes.
Jay says, "Mama, tell Casey that he needs to take his break." Yeah, I'll take a break. My favorite KC are the fake bulls, the ones who complain about the stock for days on end, but then say they're still holding. Uh, I don't, some people just want to have a place to be able to say that they're upset, and I get that. I don't really. Oh, Savvy, I'm so sorry. Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to do a toast to your?
What was the guinea pig's name?
Well, yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to ask. My mom says, "What's the guinea pig's name?" Do you want me to do a toast to your guinea pig, who I don't know the name yet?
Savvy's guinea pig.
And I forgot to toast to Hamlin yesterday as well, like to his health. But I had it written on my board, but I should have looked down. I miss Chan Chan, American Trader. I legitimately miss Chan Chan. Why do they care so much what we do? It is a great question. I do have to say, Colonel. Okay, I'll toast a Colonel today. I'll have to have my mom remind me. Maybe she'll remind me here. But I'm writing it down.
Sorry, I interrupted you when you started to say something.
Um, let's see here. There was something I was saying and I can't remember what it was. Oh, Mitch. Mitch says, "Why do they care so much what we do?" Um, it's a good question. I think I do want to know, Mitch, that in this day and age with some of the younger generations, they just like to troll, is the word that they use. So I do believe that there are just trolls out there, not necessarily shills. Believe it or not, I think that's just kind of one of those things that you have to realize that there's people out there that just want to give people a hard time, and it's more the younger generation. They're just out to just stir the pot. There are people that aren't necessarily part of the younger generation who are kind of attaching themselves to that. Uh, but yeah, Belarke Monty took a little bit of a break. I haven't seen him around lately, but he did take a little bit of a break. Sammy boy, I think the market crashing would definitely secure increased price movement on AMC. I Let me check something out real quick here, Steven. Um, I don't know if you saw it or not, but if you look at Ape shares right now, there's some very unusual orders sitting in anywhere from a dollar up to a dollar 10. Yeah, $1.10. I do think that those are protective orders of price. So in regards to what it is that you said, Steven, about the bottom being in on Ape, it's that might be potentially true. Sam says, "Did you hear Teddy Roosevelt, great grandson, won local election in D.C. yesterday? He's only 18." I did not hear about that. I have not heard back from Arthur Martin. No, myself. I reached out to him on Discord and did not get him. Oh wait, no, that's not him. Never mind. I went to Discord. I actually didn't get on Discord last night at all, but yeah, no, I haven't heard back from him, unfortunately. If anybody else wants to reach out to Arthur, you know, please do. Yeah, Carlos, I don't care which way you cut the T90 thing. Like, if you go through and you look at the dates when it was supposed to happen, it should have already happened. And when I say it doesn't matter which way you cut it, I'm saying if you look at it every 5 trading days, or just trading days, or just straight T90, like a straight 90 days, both times have expired. The T90 thing, it was not a thing. It never was, because shares were never sold into the market until like September 20th or something like that. So all those original T90 dates that were thrown out there were uh, non-existent. It may be the same Monty. I'm not sure, Sam. Alrighty, guys. It's 7:45. I'm gonna take a break. I will see you guys. Doug is saying, Casey, can we review synthetic price failures for AMC and Ape? Ape is 116 and AMC is 355. Um, as far as I know, off the top of my head here, we already had a synthetic price failure on AMC, or Ape rather. So that's in effect, and at 128 was the last number that I put in, but we've actually hit a lower number than that. So that's already in. We need to see a 15% increase in price on that. Let me check out the bottom on this and write it in here real quick since I'm here. $1.17. Give me a second. And let's see. Synthetic price failure already occurred on AMC as well. Back when it hit $3.80, we've never hit a increase of 15.5% price, which would need to be somewhere in the range of $5.04. So we have not seen. Is that correct? No, I think that's inaccurate. Hold on a second here. No, that's right. Yeah, we would need to see at least $5.04. No, that's not right. Hold on a second.
It was 4.9. It should be 5.05.
We did hit 439 was 15.5% up. Hold on a second. Let me check AMC real quick here. 3.8, 4.39 was the high. That was 15.5. Okay, so here's the problem. We hit 4.39 yesterday, which was 15.5% up in price. But if you go to the 1 minute chart here, and this is when I don't track them. If it's a temporary run up above the 15% mark and then it's an immediate drop back down, I don't count it. So in this particular case here on 439, like this was a very, very hard. The amount that price would have had to have gone to would have been to get the exact 15%. Hold on 1 second. $380. 437 would have been the value that we would have gotten up to, and we barely. I mean, we touched it. We touched the 437 for like a matter of like 2 minutes before crashing back below it. So I would not count that as the high. So we're still on new track. We're still tracking either new lows or we need to break past 439, one of the two. But as of this point, I am not counting. I'm not counting that as a reset as of right now. Resets have to be like something that moves well beyond and moves really fast up. Linux, in regards to what a synthetic price failure means, there's two different videos that I have in my description box. One of them describes to you what the back of the squeeze looks like, and the other one describes what a synthetic price failure is. They kind of go hand in hand, but you can watch just the synthetic price failure. But it would take me too long, and I got to go to break here. But watch that video. It takes about I think the synthetic price failure one is the longer of the two, and I think takes about 16 minutes of your time. But it kind of explains a little bit how, just briefly, it explains kind of how the market tends to move price um, in a very familiar pattern that repeats itself over and over and over. So um, I probably go into much better detail explaining it in the video, but um, check it out. It's worth a watch. Alrighty, guys. I will see you a little bit later here. I'll be back at 8:15. All right, I'm back, and I'm just kind of looking at the numbers right now, and I feel like that we're getting really close to a point where we may see a break of resistance or support. I'm not really sure on this one because there's no pattern that I can see that definitively defines which direction this is going to head. But I do feel like there's going to be a significant break of this, likely today or in the aftermarket hours of tonight. So let me go ahead and draw this rectangle kind of. If I would have drawn it, I would have probably drawn this probably. We probably would have already been inside the box had I drawn this out before earlier. Um, but then again, I didn't have a third touch point until more recently. But I do feel that we're kind of in that time frame where I think that's going to happen. Potentially somewhere. I'm just going to move this box down for now because I just don't want it to show up while we're in the middle of the trading day. But I do think that we're kind of like in that time zone for a potential breakout. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be a huge break. If it does break to the top side, I think we'll be retesting the 437 number. That is that 15% increase in price that I want to see in a break to the top side. Breaking through 437 would be a big move to the upside for us. I'd mentioned earlier this morning, Ichimoto says that there's buying pressure at 422. That 422 buying pressure could get us that push that we need to get past 437. However, max pain is $4, and that's right where we're at exactly at pre-market here, with only 8 minutes left to go before market opens. If it's pressure to push to the downside, which I'm less inclined to believe that's the case because we have falling volume, what appears to be falling volume here, and falling price, which is bullish. If we do have a falling below price here, we would probably see. 1 second, let me see something real quick here. Yeah, I think we would see. I would think that we would see a push towards a retest of $3.90. Um, the less oftentimes on a synthetic price failure, you'll see price test that 21.5% failure point multiple times. In this particular case, we've had one, two, three tests of that 21.5% failure point. It doesn't seem like they're finding a whole lot of shares in here. Otherwise, you would see price drop well below 21.5% down. And I'm not seeing that as the case. So this may be the last test that we had yesterday of that level. I don't. There might be one market open test here right at the beginning day of 390 before moving upwards, but I think we will see that break to the top side. So I'm going to go ahead and guess on price for the day to day around. I'm going to guess about 420. I think we need to see another retest of 437, but an ultimate close of somewhere around $4 again. But I'm going to go ahead and put 420 just to be a little bit on the optimistic side here. And then on Ape, let's see here. There's a very definite protection zone here on the orders for Ape. I mean, there's 10,000 share orders or more at starting at $1.10 all the way down to 90 cents or a dollar. And so I don't think that we're going to see price move back down towards that level. I do think one of the lower points I was kind of looking for was like $1.14, which we actually have a buy wall of $1.14 as well. Um, Let me look at one more thing here. So much consolidation. I don't think we're going to see 155, which is where our next buying level of support or pressure is going to be coming from. I don't necessarily think that we're going to be seeing that, but I actually really feel like we're going to kind of trade sideways today on this. Let me look at Ichimoto here real quick on the 1 hour. I think the big break to the top side is going to start tomorrow. Yeah, I think we close out the day really close to where we're at, so I'm going to say a buck 20. So I'm looking at a total of 540, and I'm going to subtract on either side of that. I'm going to subtract a buck 50 off that to get my range. So I'm gonna just say 4 to 7. I think I'm gonna round up a little bit and say $4 to $7 on the price prediction. So yesterday I had 425 to 725. I'm gonna go 4 to 7 today. But I think tomorrow is looking a little bit more bullish than today. I just need to see some more volume. I need to see that volume. If I don't see volume, then I can't give a whole lot of credence to pressure and moving up in price. All right, that's my prediction for the day today. I've got Eric usually texts me right around market open, and Keto's got 513 to 813. Einstein's got 460 to 760. I didn't see Apex put in. I see him in here. Oh, he's saying 4 to 7. That's what I've got. 4 to 7. Okay, I just now saw it. Apex. 4 to 7 for Apex as well. And Doug's in at 355 to 655. And yeah, not financial advice, just apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to be by the end of the day combined. And let's see here. Let me refresh Long Jericho. Costa borrow. Hold on a second here. I normally don't look at it until 30 minutes into the day, but let me refresh it for you real quick here. And I'm not a huge proponent on focusing on Costa borrow as an indicator of something happening. But currently Costa borrow is sitting at averages 252.31. That's for AMC. For Ape, it's at they haven't borrowed anything yet this morning on Ape yet, so no cost to borrow showing. Alrighty, guys. We're just about here, getting really close here. Primal Apex or Apex is letting me know it's time to get going here. So I will see you guys on the other side of market open. It was suggested earlier today that I may have played this song once before. I feel like I have too, but it didn't show up on my playlist as a song that I played before. So I don't know. I'm playing it again. I don't care. I like the song. It's a good song. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Shakedown 1979. Cool kids never had
Justine never knew the rules. Hung down with the freaks and ghouls. No apologies ever need be made. I know you better than you fake it. See that we don't even care to shake these balloons, and we don't know just where our bones will rest to dust. I guess forgotten that comes all to love. The street heats the urgency of now. As you see, there's no one around.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Every day. All the time. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So I actually didn't even I didn't even bother to talk about what my title was this morning. Nobody even asked about it, which is kind of funny, I think, a little bit here. But what is the title for the day? Remember that limit buying orders lower than market value drop the price. I want everybody to realize this. I know I've said this on occasion. Some of you guys have heard it. Some of you guys have not. I don't know who has and who hasn't. But what I want you to just remember is that anytime you place an order that's lower than market value. So for right now, we're looking at AMC, for example, as $3.99. At $3.99, if you were to place an order for anything less than $3.99, that you're basically telling the market, I don't believe that the price is worth what it is currently. I'm willing to buy, though, at a lower price. So when you put a limit buy order in for, say, for example, 398 or 397 or 390, you're incentivizing the market to complete your order at a lower price, and so you're therefore helping out the market to drop the price. So just remember that, and this is kind of where that whole mentality of perhaps you've heard before, slap that ask. And the whole idea behind it is that you want to be buying the ask side of the bid. the bid and the ask. The purpose behind that is because that helps to raise price. You're removing the amount of shares available or available to be sold for a certain price off the list. Oh, hold on a second. You're basically removing shares that are available to be sold for a higher price. Notice the ask side goes up in price as the orders are being completed down that side of the order book. So that really is important. It's a key thing to remember. Setting up those limit buy orders, you can. I don't know if you know this or not, but you can set a limit buy order for a price higher than where current market price is. So we're at $4 now. You could legitimately set up a limit buy order for $4.10, and your order will take anything that's higher than $4 or above. So um, one of the things we've also talked about in the past, and I don't really stress this all a whole lot because there's really only 3 institutions that I know of where you can buy lit market. Buying lit market is really, really super important to try and get rid of the ability to have payment for order flow impact price improvement in the market. So instead of them scalping off the top of your order, instead of your broker either trying to scalp it or sending it off to a market maker who can scalp it, you're actually getting price discovery for your order now. Again, there's only three brokers that actually do that I know of. But that's slapping that ask is a bare minimum, though. It is really a bare minimum to getting price improvement. So just throwing that out there. Our big push points for the day today on AMC is going to be $4.22 and $5.11. I think we will see a lot of buy pressure kind of come in at those two specific price points. And then also for AMC, or for Ape rather, $1.55 and $2 are the two numbers that I'm kind of looking for as a price improvement push points. So watch for those. I'm not expecting the Ape one to hit so much, but AMC could potentially hit that 422. It certainly seems to be more within reach. Right, slap that ask. Man, some of the things that we used to say that we just don't say anymore. Like you don't hear people saying slap the ask. It just nobody says it anymore. And it's like, what happened? Why are we not talking about that anymore? There's always new people who are part of this, but yet nobody ever says slap that ask. At least I don't feel like I hear it as much as I used to. Uh, Maccabee says, what if you buy limit between ask and trading price? More than likely, you, you're going to get the bid side. More than likely, you're going to get the bid side to that. So you're helping to drive. You're probably helping. You're not helping to drive the price up, because more than likely you're just filling orders at a neutral price. It doesn't help one way or the other. But more than likely, you will be buying the bids. You'll be exceeding the bid side, so somebody can just sell into you for a neutral amount. It doesn't help price improvement if that's your question. Good morning, Sammy. Good morning. Oh wait, Marvin. Good morning. Marvin, I don't think that it's the start of T90. The first date that I saw a noticeable difference in the order book, where I could see definite liquidity entering into the market, meaning that shares were likely sold by AMC into the market, would have been September 20th, I think it was. You guys probably remember better than I do. I know I posted a tweet on it around the time when it happened. I think it was either September 20. I'm pretty sure it was September 20th. So I think the T90, if there was any kind of T90 date that would apply, it wouldn't be until that date, which is a full month after. Oh no, wait, is it more than? Oh no, no, it was like a full month after. Not quite, almost a full month after the initial dividend. Chuck, I'm here. I'm here recording history, man. That's why I'm watching it daily. You don't have to. You're more than welcome to not watch it daily, but I am definitely here um, to record history. Shawley, nice name. Good morning to you. Cookie Monster says, "Slap that ass. We need to bring that back." I know it's like it kind of disappeared for a little while. David says, after a reverse stock split, is there a time limit on when they would be able to do a regular stock split? Um, it's weird. I actually got asked that question. Would they eventually be able to do a stock split later on down the road? The answer to that is yes. I don't know in regards to a stock split how long they would have to wait for that. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. That's something I'd have to look up. Hey, Goose, how's it going, man? My mom, she went back upstairs, so she's not here right now, but she might be watching from her phone. I don't know. Mark says you're better than Bloomberg. But you know why that is? Mark, it's only because I talk about some pretty silly things sometimes. That's probably why. It's the humor. Or at least the attempt at humor. Belarkey says, wasn't there something with the price moving up by January 9th? Yes. One of the things that I constantly look at is on loan average age per day. Let me go back to both. I'm going to look at this real quick here just to tell you what it is. We had on loan average age per day signal on both AMC and Ape. So let me pull up the information here real quickly here. We hit the bottom. I gotta zoom in here on this just a tad bit. We hit the bottom on loan average age per day on AMC. Yeah, I'm looking at AMC. AMC on December 15th. No, that's not right. Yeah, here we go. December 15th. One, two, three. That price increase should be incoming. So let's go back to the 15th and see, did we have a big price increase somewhere between the 15th of December to current? Um, let's go back a little bit here. It actually could have been this price increase that we had in here, where we went from about 479 to about 540. So that price increase could have been that one, but usually it's I would say it's a little bit more than that. I'd have to actually break that down to see what kind of a price increase that was when we went from those two prices. Let's see here. We went from 474 up to 539. And that was actually only a couple days after. There was another big jump from 370 up to 499, which was another big jump that we had in there. But we also had a big down day just prior to it as well, um, where we went from basically that 390 all the way down to 370. Or no, 539. I'm sorry, I couldn't see the number. $5.39 all the way down to 370, and then we had a big jump back up, all the way back up to 498. The question is let me look at day over day price increase and decrease, and see if we had something that would be in like the range of like 10 to 15% in a single day. So give me just a minute and let me look that up real fast while I go back to this. Give me a hot minute here. I gotta plug in some numbers. Give me just a minute. All right, so I went ahead and ran the numbers here just to see where we were from the 15th of December 2020. Let's see here, sort. So since the 15th of December, oh, I did this the wrong way. 1 second. All right. Give me just a minute. This is what happens when you ask me questions. Don't ask questions unless you want silence. I'm teasing. Just give me a second. I gotta make sure I'm doing all the math right here and verify all my information before I give you an answer. Let's see if that's correct. There we go. And just one more double verify, and I'll give you the numbers here. Alrighty. So since the 15th of this month so far, of last month rather, we had the most significant upwards price days that we had was the 29th of December, where we're up 7.81% on AMC. So majority of the days that we've had so far were actually down days. In fact, one of the biggest days down was 12/23. It was right before Christmas break, and we were down 10.39%. So we have not seen the big price increase that we should have been seeing. We do have until tomorrow. Tomorrow would be that 15th day to see those numbers starting to increase based off that indicator. We did have, like I said, we did have one day that was up 7.81%, but I would not say that that's a big increase. Normally, a big increase is something above 10%, maybe even above 15. So I have not seen that yet. We did have two back-to-back days of upwards price momentum on the 20th and the 21st of December, where it was 3.89% one day and then 4.33% the next. But again, nothing majorly big has happened on AMC or Ape. The deadline for that time frame that I gave you guys, that 15-day time frame though, does end. Oh, wait! I forgot to count out the holidays. So the 15th. So I have to add 3 days to that. So we have until the 15th. Add 3 weeks. 1, 2, 3 plus 3 days. 1, 2, 3. It would be the 10th because we had 3 holidays in there, right? Or 2 holidays. 2 holidays? We had December. Oh, we had Christmas Day, and then the Monday after, and then we had New Year's the day after New Year's. So we actually have 2 days. So add 2 days to it, so it would be the 9th. So we have Thursday, Friday, and the 9th to complete that pattern. So you're right, it was the 9th. The other one for Ape, let me check it out here real quick and see what that one is. On loan average age per day had a pretty significant drop on December 22nd, and then it had another significant drop on December 29th. So again, factoring out the holidays in there, from December 22nd, the 15 business days would be 1, 2 plus 2, 1 would be the 16th of January, and then the 20th of January. So the 16th and the 20th. So, and I would expect to see some kind of like bimodal increase in price between those dates on Ape because of those two drop downs in on loan average age per day. Those and I think we have. Let me just check something. I think our next holiday is going to be in February, but I just want to check that real quick just to verify. I think Martin Luther King is the next holiday. But let me just verify real fast. It does appear. Oh, it's January the 16th. January 16th is a holiday, so we would have to add one more day to some of those dates that I gave to you before, since there won't be any trading days on the 16th. I think one of the two dates that I gave you was the 16th for Ape. It would be the 17th now and the 23rd because you have to add a day to that for the holiday. Man, why was I thinking that was February? So yeah, MLK Day's celebration is going to be held or respected on the January 16th for the market. So Ape would be on the 17th or the 23rd, or sometime anywhere between. And let me just check one more thing on that one too, as well, since I'm already at it. Okay. All right. Looking at Ape, since the dates that we had, I'm looking for price increase amounts. We actually did have some of those big runs already on Ape, but those were more let me just check one. Let me check the dates again here. On Ape, the first date was December 22nd. That's actually the day that the 8K filing came out. And we really started ripping as soon as that 8K filing came out. So it's hard for me to tell you whether or not those dates correspond with a big price increase. And the reason that I say that is because the amount that price moved up by was 75%, followed by a 44%, followed by a 10%. So there was a really big move that occurred over those 3 days, the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 27th. But I feel like those were more related to the 8K filing than anything else, and I don't think that they necessarily had anything to do whatsoever with on-loan average age per day coming down, or the closing of positions leading up to the 8K filing. So I don't think that's what that was. And so I think that there's a chance that we probably will still see that price increase at a later date. It's not very often that we see on-loan average age per day dipping and then it happening, like the big price movements happening like the day after. So I wouldn't expect that to be the case. That was a long answer. Let me close out these screens. Don't save. Don't save. CPE. Just remember the golden rules, man. Always kind of remember those golden rules. They do kind of help you to make the best decisions possible, long term. Matt says, just had the wildest thing happen. My Fidelity cash account was short 24 cents, so they sold off 500 of my Ape shares. I bought back 499 after a 5% move up this morning. I'm pissed. Matt, out of curiosity, are you in a margin account? That sounds very strange. If you're in a cash account and I don't, that doesn't even make sense. You need to file, I think you need to file a complaint, because that doesn't sound right. Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers here, but I would file a complaint with Fidelity because that doesn't sound right. If you're in a cash account and you're um like why would your cash core was short 20, what would your core cash core be short by? Why would it be short 24 cents? Like nothing should have. Yeah, so Glenn's saying your cash account won't let you spend more than you have, which is what I'm trying to get at, and not putting together really good words, but you shouldn't be able to spend more than what you have, and you shouldn't be charged anything. Like there's no reason. And if they would have sold off anything, they wouldn't have sold off 500 shares. They would have only sold off enough to cover the 24 cents, which would not be 500 shares. You need to file if that really truly did happen to you. You need to file a complaint, and immediately. And they should make up the difference for you, because or they should correct that for you because that shouldn't have happened. Yeah, and Anon's saying the only way it can be sold by brokers if your maintenance margin falls below requirement. If you have a margin account out there on Fidelity, and you know, I don't be careful, man. Make for 100% sure that you're in a cash account because it doesn't sound like you are to me. I've never heard of anything happening like that on a cash account. Diamond Gal says, Casey, I had to tell my mom the Casey cake story. I think that she now understands why I believe in AMC. Hey, that's good. That's good, Diamond Gal. I'm glad that the baking the cake makes sense. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Plague says, I got a friend who thought he had a cash account and it was a margin account the whole time. Yeah, you really, Matt, you really got to check and make sure that that's a cash account because that's not the kind of thing that happens to a cash account. Let's pull up the numbers here. I'm going to log into my account real quick here, and we'll take a look and see what we got going on. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you are setting that up, make sure to put in a secondary device that can receive the code just in case something happens to your primary. And let's see here. Since this is the first rundown of the morning, I'm going to go ahead and go through all the bases here, figure out what we got going on. Give me just 1 second. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Also, remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing so long as Herbie's not up on the page here. Starting with price prediction tally points. This is just for individual investors who are apes who are trying to figure out where price is moving to, combined price by the end of the day. I'm coming in at $4 to $7. Eric's got 5 to 8. Keto's got 513 to 813. Einstein has 460 to 760, and Apex has 4 to 7. Doug threw in a just a fun one too for 355 to 655. Some of the numbers are kind of tight. I mean, there's a little bit of a difference between some of us on our numbers here, but as for price prediction tally points, we all got one for yesterday, so we all got the price predictions right. This is not financial advice. It's just us trying to figure out where price is moving to. Short exempt volume on AMC was pretty low yesterday with 141.4 thousand shares going through there. Ape, after having triggered SSR yesterday, was ended up having that's kind of a mediocre day. It's just kind of meh. 317.9 thousand shares going through short exempt volume there. Utilization still at 100% for AMC. Ape is 90.65. It rose almost 10%. Day-over-day price increase. There was decreases on both AMC and Ape. AMC was down 3.44 and Ape was down 14.89%. Max Pain for the day decreased. We started out the week at $4.50 and are now at $4 for Max Pain. Let's take a look at that off exchange. By this time of the morning on off exchange, I would expect to see about 44% through off exchange and about 10 to 11% through EDGX. Let's see where we're at right now. Off exchange is pretty low, 48.17. I know I said 44%, but normally we've been seeing higher numbers than that, so it's actually closer to normal. CBOE EDGX is at 10.59. The grand total between the two is 58.76. I would expect about 54% by now. So we're only about 4.76% higher than normal. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. On Ape, as of right now, we've got 65.51% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.81. Grand total 71.32 when we should only be seeing about 54%. So we're looking, what are we with? 3 points away from, so we're like 17.3% higher than we should be. And CHX volume is nothing unusual. GME CHX volume is elevated. They're at 0.33% of their daily volume when they normally only see about 0.17. And on Ape or HYMC, there is exactly the right amount of CHX volume, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at institutional ownership, yesterday was 139.384 million. It did not change earlier this morning, nor has it changed now. And on the options, highest amount of the options actually changed in open interest. We went down, I think it was 50 cents or no, I think it was $1 down on the call options and open interest to $4 this morning, and then we went up 50 cents on the puts. So both the call and put open interest are both strike prices are set at $4. Call volume for the day today is stacked mostly around a $4 strike, which is 50 cents less than it was yesterday. There's currently 4,000 contracts. That is slightly elevated volume, but not much. On the put side of things, we are at a $4 strike price as well, with only 898 contracts so far. So pretty low volume over there on those puts. And let's see here, taking a look at, actually I'm going to move a couple screens around and then we'll take a look at the rest of the information. I'm excited. I'm excited about the movie trivia today because it's going to be a little bit different than usual. I've already got all the songs picked out and it's all queued up and ready to go. I'm hoping that it goes smoothly. We'll see. You never know what you're gonna get. All right, let's see what we got going on here for combined price between AMC and Ape. It looks like we are still kind of trending. We tried to break out of this descending wedge again, but still kind of falling back down into the wedge here. We've got $5.12 as a combined price between AMC and Ape. Still moving down this trend line. It's actually holding a pretty well-respected trend. Hold on a second here. Sometimes I can't stand the magnet. So we are holding and respecting this level, this descending level of support here. We may see a bounce off this. I told you guys $1.90 or not $1.90. I mean $3.90 on AMC, and we actually broke slightly below that earlier. It looks like we might have just a little bit further to go to retest this descending level of support. Taking a look at Ortex data. So far for the day today, we've seen about 382,000 shares having been borrowed for AMC. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 21.38%. Cost to borrow min is at 156.14, average 254.76, and max at 268.07%. Let's take a look at what we got going on over here on the numbers on the chart. On utilization, there's your 6 straight trading days after our little bump down in 100% utilization. On loan amount, day over day. Oh, I didn't write these down earlier. Why did I not write these down earlier? I have no idea. We went from 176.93 million shares to 176.73 million shares. So 200,000 shares having been returned day over day. I'm going to estimate that about 70,000 shares of that was probably in short interest, but let's calculate it out and see. $51,600 shares of it was in closed short interest. On loan average age per day, still rising day over day. It went up from 89.46 to 90.4. And security lending volume day over day dropped from 10.12 to 6.03 million shares. On Ape, no data, no borrowing going on Ape whatsoever. Our short share interest of the free float's at 7.58%. Utilization is sitting at 90.65%. On loan amount, staying even. Is this another day of staying even? No, it did drop just a fraction, about 100,000 shares coming off the books. On loan average age per day still rising from 28.21 to 29.13, and security lending volume day over day came down from 7.08 to 2.88 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is the first one on the list here. We've got 79 or 70, actually 80% buy to 20% sell ratio. And I do not see Ape or AMC on here, likely due to low volume, which I kind of pointed out to you guys was going to be the case for the day today. Oops. $3.54 is SSR tripping point for AMC. Ape trips at 1.08. Shares available to borrow is at 350,000 shares. Looks like they've borrowed an additional 50,000. What did they borrow this morning? Looks like they borrowed an additional 100,000 shares from what we saw earlier. Can't remember if I saw this or not. 7 would have been 6:30. I think I already had accounted for that. So only 50,000 more shares haven't been borrowed so far this morning out of the 450,000 shares that were borrowed so far, putting us a grand total of 500,000 shares borrowed. And fees are dropping from 106.3 to 94.4%. We currently have 73.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 28.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 31,000 contracts that are in the money. We are above 100K now in out of the money puts and calls. The number that I just don't like to see to be broken is that value. Otherwise, it kind of promotes them to continue to push price towards max pain. NASDAQ is currently down 0.09. Dow Jones is down 0.09. And the S&P 500 is up 0.08. We have 4,466 advancers to 2,121 decliners. The market are advancing over declining, even though the NASDAQ and Dow Jones are down, which probably means a lot of blue chips that are kind of hurting right now. We have the U.S. dollar is down 0.28% at 104.22. Oil is up 0.22. And mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between 0.44 and 0.57, and the SPY is currently up 0.14, even though the market shows more, or it does show more advancers than decliners, so that's actually right. It makes sense. The VIX is currently down 1.88%. VB is up 0.9, VBR is up 0.84, Tesla is up 2.06. We have Amazon down 1.95, Cinemark is up 1.48, Doge is up 2%, Bitcoin is up 0.78 at 16.8 a coin, GME is down 0.96, HYMC is up 6.04, HUD up 0.8, CS is up 2.57, NCMI is up 10.24, Ape is up 3.21, and AMC is up 0.13. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day so far on AMC, there's approximately $70,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.71 million shares traded so far after, let's see now, 12 minutes before, so 48 minutes into the trading day. Putting us on pace for 30.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that pace is going to slow down throughout the day. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I think will be less volume today than we saw yesterday, which was, I think, around 22 million shares. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.15, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.08, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.52, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $170,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.69 million shares having been traded so far. Seeing a little bit more volume on Ape today than I would have anticipated. Although I did say 15 to 35 million shares traded, so I guess I was expecting a little bit extra volume. After 49 minutes of trading, puts us on a pace for 37.32 million shares before the end of the day is out. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million, and I think that's probably a good prediction. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more Buying pressure than the selling pressure with an RSI of 41.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.24, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.36, which is just about average. Price bounced off of $3.87. I was looking for a bounce off of $3.90. So on a synthetic price failure, paper hands begins at a 21.5% failure in price, and that's right where we're at right now, at that red line at 390. So they're testing what I would call this, or what I would consider this, as a test to see if there's more paper hands to be able to sell into the market at that price. If it's profitable to continue to push price down due to finding shares that are being willing to be sold, then you'll see price continue to move down further. If not, that price should hold. Bird Eye View Photography says, Casey, averaging down or up shares is a bad thing, as a new average deletes your old shares, and now they can handle newer shares. Averaging down or up is a bad thing, as the new average deletes your old shares. Wait, I'm so confused by that comment. It deletes your old shares? Money is made of paper, grows from trees. It's worthless to me. 90% of all money in the world is just digital numbers on computers. Laugh out loud. No collateral, no real existence. Aaron says Avatar was awesome. That was a movie made for theater viewing. I saw it twice now, and I don't normally see movies twice. My mom said she wanted to go see it, and everybody else in the family had already seen it, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll go with you." It was actually worth going to seeing a second time. We didn't see, and I've had an opportunity. I saw it with her on one of the laser projectors, and then I saw it with the family on the 3D. And I gotta say, I'm a much bigger fan of the 3D version of the movie. It is way better. I guess that's the only thing I can say, is it was just way better. Whoa, Darren's making it hot and heavy in here. All right, so Bird Eye's got an update here. Say you buy shares at $4 and you buy more at 6, your average becomes 5. If you buy the same amount of shares, your average would become 5, yeah. So the $4 shares you bought, they don't have to give you back. They just give newer shares at $5. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Like, that doesn't I don't know if I buy into that, man. You're still holding the shares from the $4. Gus says averaging does not change the dates of earlier purchases. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know if I buy into that bookkeeping. If you think paper money doesn't really exist, just wait till the CBDCs get here. So people holding from 2021, if they average up, those 2021 shares don't exist anymore. Their brokers just have to come up with a new number. That's not really how it works, though. I played The Dictator, I played that one morning instead of a song. It was done by Charlie Chaplin or Charles Chaplin a long time ago. I don't know if you're aware of that one. I don't. The Winston Churchill one. I haven't even seen that movie yet, and Gary Oldman is in that movie as Winston Churchill. My dad, before he passed away, I think that was one of the last movies that he might have seen, and he told me that I should go watch it, and I still haven't seen it. I need to go watch that movie. So, um, he said it was really, really good. I gotta go watch it. Do you know, Glenn, if that speech is in the movie? If it is, maybe I'll make that a homework assignment tonight. Besides the looking into the board members. When you sell your average shares, they don't have to come up with old shares. You think, well, any shares that you're holding though, Bird Eye, they have to hold on. They have to give you, well, they have to give you value for whatever it is that you're holding. So in regards to your average price, I guess what you're referring to as your cost basis, you still will hold the position based off of that. So whether or not your broker actually holds the shares is a different story. But I don't know if it doesn't change the date of earlier purchases, but when you sell, they don't have to come up with older shares, they just sell newer ones. I don't know where you're coming up with this from, Bird Eye, but I'd like to see some information or documentation as to expressing this kind of I mean, these are pretty serious accusations on the broker's part. They're supposed to hold on to the shares. Um, so it'd be interesting to see some documentation on that. Yeah, perverted at best says if you're not choosing the correct lot. But the problem perverted is he's talking about buying, not selling. So you don't choose lots in regards to buying. So that's why I'm not buying. If he was talking about selling perverted at best, then I would say that, maybe that might make a little bit of sense, but that's not what he's talking about though. All right, Throw Eater, I'm gonna have to make that like a homework assignment then to watch that movie. My dad said it was really good. My dad was a big politician type buff, so I'm sure to some extent I'll probably really like it. Leon says, "What are your thoughts about the SEC having companies do reverse splits to kill the synthetic shares that was created? It's CSI theory. I don't think reverse splits are supposed to act like that though. Like that doesn't it just consolidates the amount of shares that are owed. It doesn't really kill synthetic shares. That doesn't make sense to me. It it consolidates if that's I mean maybe that's another way of putting it. It consolidates. They don't supply documentation on it. I've requested it and now they're terminating my business. That sounds so weird, man. Manipulated stock like this, you think they are giving out and moving real shares and holding real shares? Uh, no. No, I don't. And what you can do though is you can request to have your shares moved to a different broker. I don't know who your broker is, but it sounds really shady what it is you're talking about that they're doing or suggesting that they're doing. I have to read into the payment for order flow being removed ruling. I haven't read it. Which one specifically is that one? Six Sun, I was kind of thinking about that too. One of the things that I had said was why specifically like a one to ten, or sorry, a 10 to 1 versus a 5 to 1. And one of the things I couldn't, was having a hard time wrapping my head around was why specifically that amount. And I think in size quantity, when you look at it, the 10 to 1 actually seems to make more sense in terms of getting the float down to what I think would be considered a more manageable amount of shares in the marketplace. So I think that's probably the big push for a 10 to 1. Dr. Zeno says these brokers are so crooked. I looked out my driveway a bit ago and a broker was trying to flatten my car tire. what page? I mean, you said page 360 on the ruling, Bird Eye, but what ruling is it? What's the number? The ruling number? Uh, let me see here. I think I posted this up before. Let me find it. NYSE rules. That's not the one I want. Mm, oh man, I had this page and I didn't even realize I had this the whole time. I have a SEC filing deadlines, and I had this page here this whole time, and I didn't even realize that I had this page here, and it like gives me so much information I've needed from the past. Give me just a second. I'm trying to pull up the. I know I've got a page here already set to pull up in regards to SEC filings. I'm having a hard time finding it, but give me just a second here. Where is it? Oh, maybe I don't have it. SEC proposed rules. Yeah, if you can just give me, for example, the release number on that filing. There it is right there. Okay, I see it. Hold on a second here. 34. All right, got it. 34949646. So I'll try to make that some homework for this weekend. It sounds to me like it's got like a lot of pages to go over and cover to really kind of read into it. Oh, this is actually the very first regulation best execution. It's the very first. It was put out for comments. The comments are due March 31st of this year. It's actually the very first one on the web page here. And oh, you know what? Since I'm at it, I might as well just give you guys a link to this. I don't know why I don't have this set up my links, automatic links. But that is the link to the proposed website for the SEC if you guys want to ever go there and just check it out. I am going to save this to my. I thought I saved this a long time ago, but apparently I didn't. There we go. But yeah, this looks like it's going to be a pretty long read here, as it's a 440-page document. But it does say that you went to page 360, so I can start at page 360 and see what it is that you're talking about. But I'll make that. Let's see, 360. I usually don't do reading on the live stream. Looks like the beginning of that section is market for market access, so which starts on page 356. So I'll start there and just kind of read through it. One of the important things to remember, though, is whenever you're going through those things, like starting at like one specific section is not always the best thing to do, but yeah. Yeah, I can link the PDF page. There it is. Yeesh, you read it all, man. That's rough. It sounds like a rough reading. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete that perverted at best, just because we don't do other stocks here. Yeah, it's all right, man. It's just part of the rules. I'm not pissed off or anything. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. If you didn't know, you didn't know. Now you know. But yeah, if it doesn't have any like specific like relationship to like AMC or something like that, then I mean, I have on the side of the page here, which I'll put up on here real fast so you just see. These are kind of like stocks that I watch. Most of these, all but maybe one or two of these, have some kind of relationship to AMC and what I think we've seen from the past. Price movements that we've seen from the past that kind of correlate to where AMC or what AMC does. The only two that are on this page here that don't really correlate specifically, actually, there's three. Tesla, Hood, and CS are the only three that don't have any like specific relationship. And the only thing that Tesla, it's kind of an interesting case study in regards to squeezes. And then Hood and CS. Hood is just because I want to see them burn, and for what they did to everybody in 2021. But CS, Credit Suisse, man. I think there's something going on there. And so I guess in a kind of roundabout way, Credit Suisse does have a little bit of a, I guess that actually kind of is related to the market. I think the market failing. I think Credit Suisse could potentially be one of the first ones to kind of bite the dust. Ending payment for order flow screws the hedgies. Just saying. I, I hope so. Sam, I have not talked about the Madoff document out today on Netflix. I have not. No, I did not. I don't know about pumping hard, Belarkey. I wouldn't say it's pumping hard. It's only up 3.07%. You want to talk about pumping hard? Look at NCMI. NCMI is up 15.04%. Let's see here. Just check something out real quick here. We got a couple different hit pieces out on AMC. I'm kind of looking through the news here to see what's going on. About a day ago, I mean, we had some pretty strong hit pieces. We got Market Watch saying AMC CEO Adam Aron will not sell more stock anytime soon. He tells investors, "I ride with you." That one wasn't really the hit piece. There is the Regal owner Cineworld will not break up group, denies talks with AMC. That was one of those hit pieces, which is kind of funny because the way that that was written and the first one that I saw was was actually posted not by Variety. It was actually posted by, oh, who was it? Let's see. It was posted by Seeking Alpha, but it looks like Variety picked up on it. Um, Here's a Yahoo Finance article saying AMC CEO Adam Aron hits back at critics as stock tanks. It was 23 hours ago. Here's Deadline picking up on that same article saying Cineworld won't sell assets individually, says no talks with AMC. Here's The Guardian saying the same thing. Cineworld denies talks with Odeon owner AMC over the sale of cinemas. Yahoo Finance has amid AMC stock slump, CEO decries twisted conspiracy theorists. And then the last one here is Money Control from Money Control saying, why are AMC stocks under pressure even as equity MFs see strong inflows? Let's read that one real quick here. I'm kind of curious what that one says. They got, it's a paywall. The mutual fund industry is going from strength to strength. Last year, 2022, turned out to be spectacular for the mutual fund industry, with assets under management crossing a record high of 40. Let's see here, round two. Yeah, I'm getting cut off here at about, I can't even read this. It says the growth in AUM was aided by an expanding domestic economy, robust inflows, and rising investor participation, particularly individuals. The AUM growth was also boosted by the rise, excuse me, in the rise in equity. They won't let me read any further on that. This is, unfortunately, I'm paywalled out of this one. I don't know who Money Control is, but it's a paid subscription. Bird Eye says the news about Cineworld talks was to speed up their bankruptcy. When they go bankrupt, AMC can buy them for dirt cheap. I feel like so. Actually, let me look at something real quick here. I was kind of curious about what Cineworld's price was doing since that announcement from yesterday. So let me look up CINE from on 'cause I do feel like this does play a part in what it is that we're seeing. So price on Cineworld actually is down to 3.2. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back just a tad bit here. 15 minutes. Yeah, there was the big spike. All right. So, and this was kind of like the really interesting thing here that I saw in regards to this was is that a couple weeks back when I think that Adam Aaron was talking to some of the creditors for Cineworld, that the price suddenly jumped up from about $2.33 a share and settled in right around like 6.49 a share. And I think Adam Aaron had failed negotiations when that occurred. I think this move was to keep Cineworld out of the hands of anybody potentially wanting to try and purchase purchase the company. So, anyways, prices steadily started to fall ever since then, and now the current price is at $3.28, which is almost dang back near where it was before. It's less than $1 away from where it was beforehand. So um, I don't know. Maybe return to negotiations might be in order here. What is this? UK's Cineworld plummets after denying AMC talks individual asset sales amid bankruptcy process. Let's see. I guess yesterday was when they first announced that they had no plans whatsoever, no negotiations, and the start of business trading day yesterday was over here. I wouldn't say that it plummets. I mean, it went from like 380 a share to a bottom of 277 before rising back up again. I guess that is kind of a plummeting. Let me see. Let's do percentages. Percent. There we go. Um, that doesn't really help me any. I mean, they started out the day yesterday. The market opened approximately around 378, and then at close they were right around 365. So I mean, it only dropped like 10 cents or so. So I mean, it did drop a little bit before, on the maybe around the time of the announcement of the news or a little bit earlier in the day, and then but then very steadily recouped some of that money. I wouldn't say that there was like a tanking of it though. Steven, tired of censorship. Why are you tired of censorship, man? Matt says Fidelity is claiming I made the sell order on my Ape at 4:41 a.m. My smartwatch shows I was asleep at that time and it sold at market open. I have 2 FA on my account too. You need to file a complaint, man. Um, you need to get an investigation started on that because that's extremely shady. Really, really, really shady. Because if they are indeed claiming that the order, I mean, which is it? Originally you said it was due to the fact that your account was short money. Um, so who placed the order, right? Like if your account was short money, did they sell because of the money that it was short, or was it just a sell order that was placed? Something doesn't sound right there. They lost billions to trillions in taxes by letting this go so long. It was censored? Why was it censored? Michael Roberts says, Casey, why would Antera Cap take this deal without or with no time limit listed for vote? Are we just not privy to info? Could this vote be being talked about be a farce to raise stock price of Ape or get shorts out? So there is, Michael, there's a shoot. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the specifics on it, but I want to say it was like there's a 30-day period of time, or I think they have to wait before they can put out the proxy, um, or have the vote. So I think there's some kind of 30-day waiting period. So we probably won't even see a proxy until towards the end of the month, at the earliest. So I think that might be part of it, and other than that, I don't know. It's not Cinemark, Jathan. It's actually Cineworld. There's a difference. Cineworld is owned by Regal. You know how AMC has Odeon? Regal owns Cineworld, which is like Odeon to what Odeon is to AMC is Cineworld to Regal. It's the UK version of Regal Cinemas. But yeah, Michael, I think the date that they did put on there was a 90-day time frame for the deal to go through. So there is a time frame on this. Mike 39 says some people sleep. Dude, you know what's so weird, guys? You say sleepwalk. I woke up yesterday morning. I had normally in my pants I will keep my ear pods unless I'm charging them. Um, they'll be in my pants. Obviously, I take my pants off to go to sleep, and then I set it up. You know, I'll wear pants for like 1 or 2, 3 days, sometimes even longer. It just depends on how used they are. And but I'll just keep the pants sitting up over there, and with the AirPods right in them, and I set my pants down and went to sleep, and I woke up in the morning and I had my AirPods in my hand, uh, on the other side of the bed from where my pants were, which I don't even like my pants are to my left side. I woke up with my AirPods in my right hand. Joe's puking over here. I woke up with my AirPods in my right hand on the right hand side of the bed, and then I had my glasses, which very specifically remember taking my glasses off and placing them on the nightstand next to me, and the glasses were laying folded up next to me on my left side. And I was sitting there going like, when I woke up, I was really confused because nothing was where it was supposed to be, and I was sitting there going like, what the heck happened last night? Did I sleepwalk? I don't know. It was really weird. Things were not where they were supposed to be, and it just kind of threw me off a little. Dr. Zena says, great, now there's a broker in my yard taking a dump like a dog. Joe says Jimmy's making a move. It's up 1.61%. So is AMC and Ape. Don't leave AMC and Ape out of it. That's weird, Steven. I do have a filter on a few words, but nothing I would think that nothing that you wrote. I mean, obviously, if you wrote it in single words, and that came through, then I don't have a filter on phrases. Futkelax, or however you say that name, says volatility on option is going up big time. Something brewing. That's really weird, Steven. I've never heard of that before. Whoa, let's keep things in our pants on the down low. Come on, guys. Wait, all right. I gotta get a poll going here now. I gotta get a poll. All right. I done polled you guys. Hot cotching you. Do you wear the same pants more than one day in a row? Yes, no, or I only wear dresses. I really want to. All right, all right. See, I don't feel so bad. I mean, the immediate voting is already 75-25, so I don't feel so bad. It's the 25% of you that are going to be getting on me going like, you can't wear your pants multiple days. Ah, I know you guys. You guys are the same ones that don't, that, you're the same ones that use loofahs. You use loofahs when you shower. I know it. I can almost guarantee that everybody's voting no right now. The 20% of you that are voting no are loofah users. I know what kind of people you are. Roadster guy says your mom played a joke on you, Casey. Glenn says when our daughter was younger, she slept baked. My wife woke up and the oven was on, and my daughter was getting out the proper ingredients, and my wife took her back to bed and did not remember. Wow, that's weird. 13D filing. Hold on a second here. Man, this is really annoying me. I used to get updates on my email. I need to sign up, I think, for a new one. Yes, that's right, Aaron. That's why I'm going with. It's eco-friendly. Al Bundy says I only got one pair. El Doge says I only wear dresses. Nope, no loofah for me, man. Those things are gross. That's what I'm saying, BioLife Hemp. Like a good pair of jeans. This is what I'm saying. A good pair of jeans don't fit the first day. They just don't fit. You got to wear them day 2 and day 3 before they ever really start feeling like a good pair of jeans. Now, I know there's really expensive brands out there that you can go and buy, and they probably fit great the first day you put them on. But for most ordinary people who buy jeans at a regular price, not like over $150 a pair, those jeans don't really break in until day number 2, number 3, and you know when they start getting spicy. I had one of my kids say that the other day. They said, I forget what they were talking about. They were saying, I think we were. It wasn't the other day. It was a couple years back. But they said we were out like swimming. And I think we'd gone to the lake or something like that, like 2 or 3 days in a row, and we hadn't washed the bathing suits. And one of the kids says, "My bathing suit's starting to feel a little spicy." I'd never I'd never heard that before. I'd never heard somebody call like their clothing spicy before. And I was like, "Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about." I know what a spicy pair of jeans feels like. Yeah, that's when you know it's time to change them. You gotta get rid of those spicy pair of jeans. I feel like I'm saying way far too much. Let me check out this 13D. You are not. Michael says you are not supposed to wear denim every time you wear, or you're not supposed to wash denim every time you wear them. Spicy clothes. Hold on a second here. Let me check this out. SEC filings, AMC. Sometimes these don't show up right away. Hold on a second. SC13D, Statement of Beneficial Ownership. Oh, I clicked on it. It went away. Yeah, bastards. Hold on a second. There we go. Yeah, this is the 13D that was mentioned earlier this morning that shows that Antera owns now 8.5%, and a total of, 59 million. Wait a minute. That seems too high. Includes 59,516,175 apes owned directly by Antera Capital Master Fund LP 1.7 million apes owned directly by Corbin IRSA Opportunity Limited Fund Limited, and 567,000 apes owned directly by Corbin Opportunity Fund LP, based on 702,000 702 million apes issued and outstanding, represented by 642,000 or million. I keep saying thousand. 642 million apes issued and outstanding as of December 22nd, based on the representation to the effect made by the issuer in the forward purchasing agreement defined below. 60 million apes issued to reporting persons as defined below, concurrently with the forward purchasing agreement. So it sounds like they've got sounds sounds like they've got 59.5 million shares of, it says 61 here, voting power of 60. Oh, the combined amount, the other two portions were added into it, I think. Is that the right amount? Let's see, 61.8. Let me add these three numbers up together because I bet you that's what they add up to. 59, 175. So I come up with a much larger number. Maybe I did some bad math. Let's try that one more time. Plus, yeah, 61,818. That looks right. Yes, that is correct. Okay. So it looks like, and part of it's Antera, part of it is owned by this Corbin IRSA Opportunity Fund Limited. So they've got it split up at three different locations. They've got some of it going to Antera Capital Master Fund, and some of it going directly to Corbin IRSA Opportunity Fund, and some of it going to a Corbin Opportunity Fund LP. There's a fund limited and a fund LP. So there's three different amounts that were issued, but the total amount was 61,818,175 ape shares that were issued here to those three entities. And the reason they're, of course, reporting it is because they own 8.8% based on the current numbers. You know, one part here, I'm looking at the Schedule 1. It says open market shares, Antera Capital Master Fund LP. It's showing sell transaction types as sells and buys. I'd have to go through that and see what the heck is going on there, but that's weird. I'm gonna have to look in more into the Schedule 1 that's showing up on here. Yeah, no, Darren, definitely don't loofah. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta look into one that was filed on this 10D here, because some of it's kind of interesting. It's showing a bunch of sell and buy orders that are going through on Ape at different price levels and on different dates, and the dates actually go back as far as November 2nd. So that's gonna be something I'm gonna be taking a look at into offline at a later time. Um, I'm not sure what that is exactly. There's a crap ton of shares being traded though. Interesting. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but I will post the link to the HTML for this. Junito, good morning to you. A $65 yearly administrative fee on my brokerage link account caused a cash deficit that made Fidelity sell off 500 shares of my Ape. I filed a complaint. That is crazy, dude. Like 500 shares though? Like why 500? Such a I yeah, I would massively complain about that. That needs to be fixed. There's a major problem there. I've never heard of such a thing. All right. It is time to take a look at the numbers, guys. 1/100th. No. Wait a minute. Wait a second. What day was that? No, that would not be the case. And the reason that you can tell that is because if you go back to the original if you go back to the original AK filing back on the 22nd, it does state right in there that that they were buying um, 91. It says here in exchange for 91 million apes, together with the forward purchasing agreement, the private placement apes. So yeah, so it says in addition, immediately prior to entry into the forward purchasing agreement, the investor confirmed a 34.9 million purchase of 60 million apes. The initial apes under the company's at the market program. The sale of the initial apes were made subject to the closing and the at the money program pursuant to the equity distribution agreement dated September 26, 2022, as amended, and the company's shelf registration statement on Form S3. So yeah, that 60 million shares, or slightly more than 60 million shares that they purchased, is in response to, or or meets or expectations of the 60 million shares that they were supposed to buy. So it looks to me like it's all legit. Um, it's not a 1/100th kind of thing. Why does it say AMC preferred equity units, each consisting of depository share representing a 1/100th interest in a share series A convertible participating preferred stock? Because that's what it is. Ape units are 1/100. They're 1/100th of. So for every ape, Sorry, let me rephrase this. For every preferred stock, one preferred stock equals 100 ape units. So you have preferred stock gets converted on a 1/100 ratio, meaning that one share of preferred stock turns into 100 ape units. 100 ape units turns into 100 AMC shares upon conversion. Once that 1/100th of the amount changes to ape units, they don't change again. There is no other conversions, but you guys are just confusing the preferred stock with equity units. They're separate. They're completely separate. The preferred stock and the equity units are completely different things. Don't confuse those because they get converted at a 1/100 ratio. One preferred stock to 100 ape units. Yes, ape converted to AMC is a 1/1. All right, let me take a look at the numbers here, guys, and we'll go back over everything and we'll see where we're at here. Belarkey says I come back and see that poll. Oh, wait. Did I put? Oh, did you vote on it? 86% of you say yes. 86%. I actually would have thought this would have been more like a 70-30. I'm a little surprised that only 11% of you, 4% of you only wear dresses. I'm just going to say right now, and I'm not trying to influence the votes, but those of you who put I only wear dresses, I either like your sense of humor or that's cool too. One of the other. It doesn't really matter. I think either way, it's funny. But let me go ahead and take you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see Herbie back up on the page. So hold those thoughts or comments specifically to me. And let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let me see if I have to give you the two-factor authentication speech. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Matt, that's really weird, man. It's really weird that you're experiencing that. I've never heard of that before, and you should be highly up in their business and their beeswax. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I can still see what you guys are writing. Nikki says Casey forgets women wear skirts. Well, I didn't want to say anything sexist, Nikki. I didn't want to say like, well, I like I like you if you only wear dresses or your sense of humor, one of the or both. I didn't want to say anything like really, I don't know, whatever. There's guys, Nikki, you got to remember there's guys that wear skirts too. Whatever. Each to their own. Let's I gotta get back onto track here. You guys are you're throwing me off here. Mac and peas, come on, man. Aaron says men wear kilts. I should probably say it the way Aaron would probably say it. Men wear kilts. No, I'm not gonna do. I'm not getting into that topic myself. Let's take a look at these numbers. I'm gonna get right back on track here. Myself's gonna help. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time in the morning, I would expect about 49% going through there. EDGX to have somewhere around 11 to 12%. And right now we've got off exchange for AMC at 52.06 and EDGX at 11.98. Combined total 64.04%. That's only about 4.04% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day, so not too much higher. Nothing unusual report to under CHX volume for the day today on AMC. Holy moly. Off exchange volume. Not the reason I'm saying holy moly on this is because SSR did trip yesterday on Ape, and so it should be on for today. And to see as much off exchange volume that we're having right now on Ape is highly unusual, as usually short exempt volume kind of takes care of that. But right now, off exchange volume is at 72.2%, and EDGX is at 5.43 for a grand total 77.63%, which is about 17.63% higher than it should be. Nothing unusual happening on CHX though. On GME, CHX volume is elevated. Their usual 30-day average is 0.17%. It's 0.35. HYMC, CHX volume is normal. Looking at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 382,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 632,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 21.39%. The cost to borrow min is at 156.14, average at 254.23, and max at 268.07%. Taking a look at shares on loan, day over day there was a decrease in shares on loan by about 200,000 shares. 51,000 shares of that was in closed short interest, according to Ortex's estimation. Leaving shares on loan today at 176.73 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 1.55 million shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 3 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 7.37 million shares. There have been 0 shares borrowed for the day today, meaning that there's no cost to borrow numbers being reported at this time. Shares on loan day over day on Ape decreased, or a return of 100,000 shares, putting the shares on loan at 35.82 million shares. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike for calls. That is still the case. It went from 4,000 contracts to 6.3 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume was at $4 an hour ago with 898 contracts. It's now $3.50 with 3,000 contracts. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.28. We did get a nice little break out of 2 different levels of resistance that we were seeing here. I got a couple different lines here for levels of resistance, and we broke through both of those. One of those being a larger wedge that we've had for a couple days. We are finding some support after having broken through that secondary levels of resistance. The next target point for us to move up to would be around $5.54 Fibonacci retracement. Breaking that and staying above it would be pretty key for improved price movement for tomorrow. Orders by Fidelity customers, I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME is on the list here with an 84% buy to 16% sell ratio. Ape and AMC have been having low volume today, so we're not on the list. SSR triggers at $3.54. Ape triggers at 1.08 and is on from yesterday. Shares brought in the last hour. Since we've checked, it looks like they actually returned quite a few shares and then reborrowed them right back out again, almost immediately. So we're looking at 550,000 shares borrowed. Yeah. 550,000 shares borrowed. We're looking at 1.05 million shares borrowed for the day today. That is a very, very large amount of shares compared to usual. ETFs are only showing returns in the last hour. Fees are down to 94.4%. Lots of closing and reopening of new positions at higher rates. Higher borrow rates is always a bad thing for anybody short on a stock. It increases risk. Nasdaq is up 0.54, Dow Jones is up 0.24, and the S&P 500 is up 0.62. We have 4,936 advancers to 1,726 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease as of right now. It's looking pretty strong. The question is for how long? Let's take a look at some of our other key indicators here. The US dollar is down 0.29% and at 104.22. Oil is up at 0.2 and 2.86 oil is up by. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between 0.37 and 0.56, and the SPY is up 0.66. The VIX is down 1.62%, VB up 1.37, VBR up 1.35, Tesla's up 3.62, Amazon is down 0.82, Cinemark up 2.35, Doge up 2.73, Bitcoin's up 1.22 at 16.8 a coin. GME is up 2.21, HYMC up 6.96, Hood is up 2.1, CS is up 4.17, NCMI is up 14.17, Ape is up 7.38, and AMC is up 2.02%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow, with 770 million shares traded so far after 112 minutes of trading. Oops. Putting us on a pace for 26.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested that we would probably see somewhere in the range of a little less than 22 million shares is what we had yesterday, so I think we might see a little bit less than that. Volume prediction for the day today was 10 to 30 million, and I think we will hit that without some unusual volume just suddenly appearing out of nowhere. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 50.51, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 50.7, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 55.04, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, there's approximately $100,000. It's less than that, but we'll just call it. I guess it's really more around like $50,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.74 million shares traded so far after an hour and 113 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 26.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Very similar pace as AMC, and I suggested somewhere between 15 to 35 million shares. So far, we're holding a decent enough pace that I think we may hit that. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence of the vortex indicator here. RSI at 51.1, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.52, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 58.17, which is above average. Let's see here. Some of the big numbers I was looking for the day today to break for Ape was at 155. We're at 128. AMC's number was $4.22. But ultimately, I'm looking at like a closing price around more than likely around $4 for AMC, and Ape to be somewhere around 120. Very, very similar numbers to where we closed at yesterday. I'd like to see Ape close at actually where it's at right now would be fine. 128. 130 would be good. It does move us. I'll show you why. If you look at the 1 hour time interval on Ape, on the Ichimoto, it moves us into a price range that's really, really, really close to the thin breakout on a 1 hour time interval for tomorrow, which would put us above the $138 range and seeing price rising. Beyond that would be some good, strong support on that upwards momentum. When you look at it, a 4 hour chart here, we're technically at a green cloud where price shouldn't necessarily be moving up through it. But there's it's very, very difficult to see, but there actually is a red cloud here for a fraction of a moment showing up on, let's see, today's Wednesday, for Monday of next week. But the bottom side of this is at $1.46. So to get a push from I guess getting that 1 hour time interval breaking through the cloud would give us probably some momentum up to about that 158 range, which would put us really close to being at the cloud or trading around that amount, making us look really, really strong for a push through uh, by the end of the week or maybe even early next week. Get rid of this. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing in. Whoa, perverted at best. I don't know why you would say that. No, that is not correct. Ape is the same thing as AMC. It's 1 to 1. Matt says they said it was policy from my employer to sell stock to cover account fee deficit. So a Fidelity rep sold part of my Ape position. They are reporting feedback to my employer because of no notice. Wow, that is absolutely crazy, Matt. I've never heard of anything like that before whatsoever. Uh, I would I would file a complaint with the SEC. If you give me a moment, Matt, I can link you to that. Just give me just a minute here, and I will find that link for you. That does not seem like it's like no representative should be selling 500 of your shares when to cover a cost that's way less than that. Like, there's just no reason for it. Give me just a second, and I will get you that link here. Uh, do visit this link first, and in regards to filing a complaint. And the reason I say that is because on the link, what you're going to find is that um, there's a couple pieces of information that you're going to need in order to file for this, and you're going to want to know what the what those pieces of information are before you go to fill out all that. What I'm trying to say is you're going to have to recontact your broker to find out some information. So make sure you go into the link, find out what it is that you need specifically for that, because they are going to ask you specific questions. Try to get through some portion of that the complaint, because when you go to file that complaint, they're going to ask you for things that you don't. I guarantee you don't have the information for. So you're gonna have to recontact your broker and information. But I mean, only do this, Matt, if that's what you want to do. Normally, if you go to their website to look at that, um, it tells you, like, the very first thing that you're supposed to do is contact your broker, brokerage firm, So it tells you right in it. It says immediately question your broker about any transaction that you do not understand or did not authorize with your broker. If you're not satisfied with your broker's response, contact the firm's branch manager or compliance department. If you lost money or there was an unauthorized trade made in your account, you should complain in writing. This is all defined in there, and then it says retain copies of your letter and of all other related correspondence with the brokerage firm. This is all outlined in that link that I gave to you. So make sure you do those things, go through those steps. Once you've completed all that, and I guarantee you're not going to be satisfied with what it is that with the resolution of it. I'm almost positive that you won't be satisfied. In which case, at that point, you're going to want to file that complaint with the SEC. So, but you have to go through the steps. It's kind of a painful process, but go through it because this is not, that impacts your tax. I don't know what your long-term or short-term exemptions would have been based off of those positions, and I'm just going to assume that maybe you might have held those shares and had long-term or short-term exemptions. And if that's the case, they just destroyed that for you, and that should be fixed. And you should have been given a chance to be able to uh, add money to your account in order to avoid that from happening first before they sold your position without notification. John, I don't think that's the case. And I know it's going to sound like I'm trying to like vouch for the people who are attacking and disrespecting Adam Aaron. I'm not trying to defend them. I know there's just a lot of pissed off people, John, and you know, it is what it is, man. Not everybody's happy, right? And I know that some people, they don't have any other way to express their unhappiness other than putting in things that they have to say bad about certain people or whatnot. A lot of times when people want to take blame for, or when they want to place blame on something, they place it on whatever the first thing they can find. So just know that not all of them are, just because they're making complaints doesn't mean that they're not a shareholder. But I would agree with you that it doesn't help, right? Like complaining about Adam Aaron or disrespecting him does not help the situation at all. I would not disagree with that. So anybody who is attacking Adam Aaron or disrespecting him as a CEO uh, doesn't help the situation out at all. I don't believe that's the case. The Loon family ideas, the thoughts on RS being used to forgive the phantom shares. Any kind of any that no, I would not agree with that. Nikki says, "Gotta love a man in a kilt." I wouldn't mind wearing a kilt. It's just I know that I've worn some things in the past that have been extra breezy, and I don't know how you girls do it. my underman, my underman parts, they need some extra warmth. I don't like that. I don't like those cool brush, breath of fresh air. I can't say the words. I don't know, man. It can get a little breezy in a kilt, I would imagine. You know what, Jenna? That's a great question. I don't think that's the case. I don't see why long-term capital gains would get wiped out with a reverse split, but it is a good question. I don't know for 100% certainty that that's the truth, but I don't see why it would. In a regular split, if, for example, like you wouldn't, the new shares that you would be getting. Hold on a second here. Let me just check and see. Yeah. The time period. It should still be recorded as your original position. It should still be recorded as your original position, but let me just check one more thing here. Yeah, it shouldn't change the date because all it really is just a consolidation of your position, and it shouldn't change your purchase date at all. It wouldn't make sense to me like why that would be the case. You didn't buy, you didn't sell, you shouldn't be penalized because the position was consolidated, or even if it was the reverse way, you shouldn't be penalized for adding of more shares that were purchased a long time ago. You didn't do that. It's not your fault. A nice surprise. I guess it depends on the temperature on where you're living. Ooh. Uh, hey, Nana. Whenever they put in uh, the shares or something like that, don't just let them know that the reason that you're getting rid of it. Heebie-jeebies, or if I miss heebie-jeebies. That's gotta be heebie-jeebies. Heebie-jeebies. I'm just letting you know we try to keep people from posting it. Everybody has 10 shares, right? No matter who you are, you got 10 shares. So, but I'll go ahead and answer you, and you'll be released from your timeout here in like 5 minutes. So just hold on for a second here, and you'll be right back. But I'll go ahead and answer that question here in just a second. Let me just read something real quick here. All right. So if you had, for example, if you had, for example, um, let's see. Okay, that is a great question. That is a great question, heebie-jeebies, and the answer is I don't know. And the reason is I don't know is because I haven't seen a proxy yet. And it should seem very simple to tell you how many shares you're going to have after a one-to-one and a reverse split. It should be really, really simple for me to be able to give you that information. The problem is that there are things in the proxy that may change the answer. So this is why I think it's so relevant to not make yes or no decisions at this point until you see a proxy because you don't know the answers. So I would not jump to conclusions just yet. Until you see that proxy, nobody's going to be able to give you a 100% for sure answer. And if they are trying to give you a 100% for sure answer, you should be questioning their knowledge about what it is that they know. what we get so there's a rebalancing of AMC shares, right? And what we don't know, DJ, is that rebalancing is gonna it could change the ratio of what shares are going to be transferred at. So how your broker deals with the transfer may be different than a 1-to-1 ratio, but it depends on the rebalancing. I need to see the rebalance first to make sure that it is truly indeed going to be seen as a 1-to-1 ratio by the brokers. Yeah, TD Ameritrade Elgato, we did identify as a $38 charge. Do note that you can call them up and oftentimes get that reversed, that $38 fee. I agree, Roadster Guy. I think it'll stay 1-to-1 as well. But if that's the case, then that means they're going to have to add a lot of AMC shares to make that the case, right? Like, if you really think about it, in order for them to transfer those shares over at a 1-to-1 ratio, they're going to have to add 400 and some odd million shares to AMC's outstanding shares to rebalance it to get a 1-to-1 ratio. So it's kind of one of those things where when you look at it, that changes everything. It absolutely changes everything. The way that we're thinking about all of it is going to completely change if that's the case. If they don't if they don't add 400 million something odd shares to equal the 1 billion that they would need to have to make an equal 1-to-1 ratio, then you've got a little something different happening entirely. So there's too many scenarios. Hey mom, don't forget this. If are you going to Costco? Okay, but if you are, don't forget this. My lens cleaner. It's cold out there, huh?
No, it's nice.
Oh, okay. I felt a cool breeze.
Well, it's a few degrees cooler than here.
Hmm.
It's not cold.
Belarkey says FOMC at 1 p.m. Let me check something real quick here and just see what they've got. What they got scheduled out here. What is today? The 4th? Okay, I don't see it listed on their calendar, so let me go to YouTube real quick and see if I can find what they got going on there. Yep, that song's a little early. Let's see here. Fed Reserve Live. I don't see anything set as of right now. But usually they don't get that thing cooking and playing some, nice elevator music until a little bit beforehand. So if something does go live with that, we can always watch it. But I don't see anything at this point. Myself says, "Am I making you do chores, Mom?"
No, I'm doing my own stuff.
She said no, she's doing her own stuff.
I got to start all those books I bought, so I know what I'm taking home.
She's sorting books. She went out and bought how many pounds of books did you buy?
125 books.
125 books. I don't know how many pounds.
No, but it was a
But
thrift store that
it was at a thrift store where they weigh it by poundage and then they charge you by
that's
the
for
pound.
clothes.
Oh, that's for clothes?
5 for $1.
Oh, it's 5 for $1 for the
And
books?
a lot of them are brand new.
Oh, okay. And the books are brand new. A lot of them.
Not all of them.
I don't know why she bought books.
Because
Don't ask.
I have a grandson that rips them up,
She has a grandson that rips them up.
and he doesn't understand, but he loves books. He just wants to carry the pages around because they're too big to carry. Kelsey wanted.
No, perverted at best. I don't So a long time ago, I was doing that, perverted at best. I was, kind of like look anything anybody wanted to know. I would give out that information, to try and help out people. But it got to the point to where it was kind of more or less like, people were just trying to, sway individuals into seeing shiny things on the side of the road, and that's not what I'm here to do. I was more here to record history, and I was just trying to help out investors as much as possible with information. But to be honest with you, man, everybody can look up information on their own. That's not what I'm here about. So, I'm not gonna. I'm probably not gonna go back to the old ways. 1796 Patriot wants you to pick up a six pack while you're out. Would you pay to join that? What? Pay to join what? Oh wait. Oh, you're talking to Food Dog. Okay. Most of the, stocks right now are all looking up. Everything I've got on my list over here is, showing up as of right now. The SPY is up 1.18%. The US dollar is currently down only 0.29 though. Man, I got a rumbly tummy today. I think I'm a little extra hungry. I need to go eat some more of that. We had steak. My mom bought steak for us, for dinner one night, and so we had steak last night. It was really good. That was an interesting. So Food Dog, I don't know that we reported the numbers on, reverse repo yesterday, but there were some actually really interesting numbers. Let me pull them up here real quick, just to kind of talk about that because I do think that there was, something interesting that happened there. Let me pull it up and find it. There it is. So we had a bit of a drop in the numbers day over day. We ended out the year last year at 2.553 trillion, which was one of the highest numbers that we had in, historically it was an all-time high. We went from that 2.553 to opening up this new year at 2.188, and, I don't have the counterparties listed here. It doesn't have the counterparties. No, that's all right. But I actually want to see that information. Let me see if I can find it here. Mm, Oh, there we go. I found it. All right. So the counterparties, at the end of the year was 113, which was really high. And then the counterparties going into, or the first day of trading this year on January 3rd was only 99 counterparties. So it was interesting to see the, amount of counterparties and the amount, in billions that was, exchanged was quite a bit. It was significantly lower on the new year. So I'm really kind of curious what numbers, we're going to see for the day today. See if those go back or not. Tammy says, Casey, we get the FOMC meetings at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for that, Tammy. Well, I know it's not for everyone. Uh, Perverted at best. I mean, it's legitimately lacking because I know a lot of people would like to see other things as well. But it's not where I'm at, man. I apologize. I know a lot of people would probably enjoy it more if there was more to look at than just what it is that I'm focusing on. Um, but I'm sticking to my guns on it. Belarke says big rug pull when Powell talks. I don't think he's going to be talking. I think it's just going to be the minutes, as Tammy's saying here. I do see when I was looking up their calendar earlier, I didn't see anything listed as a uh, on their calendar. I didn't see anything listed at all in regards to talking. But just seeing the yeah, I don't see anything here. I actually don't see anything on their calendar. I see a commercial paper at 1 o'clock p.m. and 4:15 is the selected interest rates. Is all I see that's listed. I will, since we're talking about it, I will note. Let's see, let's pull this up real quick. Our probability rates for how many basis points it's going to be moving up. Give me just a second here, and I will tell you what they are. So, and this is for February 1st, which is when the Fed meeting is going to be. Our current target rate is 4.25 or 4.5, somewhere right around there. It's going to be moving up from 425 to 450, so a quarter of a percent or 25 basis points. So we have a 70.2% on a quarter, and then 29.8% chance at having a 50 basis points increase. So 70-30 is our ratio right now. Malarkey's like, why is this pie pumping? It happens, man. It happens. There's increased buying pressure. Don't be too down on it, Belarkey. It's okay. It's okay to have the market move. It doesn't have to just move down. In fact, if you look over time, most typical stocks will stair step their way up and down. So there always has to be some upwards movement. I mean, if you go back and historically and you look at if you look at the daily on the SPY from another period of time in the past where we've had like a big rundown, you'll see that stair stepping kind of movement as time goes on. You've got this big jump down, then back up, and you got downwards momentum, followed by a big up, followed by down momentum, followed by up, more down, more up. And then when it's going back up, it's stair stepping its way back up, goes down, up, down, up, down, up. So it stair steps its way both directions. So you can't have day over day just constant like moving price down without having some kind of relief. Plus, it makes it so much more fun for people to say crime. Congratulations, David. Same pants for 3 days. If you didn't spill anything on them or in them, who cares? That's what I say, David. What do you think of the timing of this is my last AMC video post recently? Seems suspicious and doubt they are really gone, especially when AMC runs again. Paul, you nailed it on the head, man. You know they're going to be back. You know they will. And then some of them don't even leave. They announce the leaving and then never actually go. They like post more and more. They'll be back. They'll be back. Oh, you're looking at Fidelity Active Trader Pro at the calendar? I don't keep that open, Tammy, and I'll tell you why. It's actually a big system hog, resource hog, for me to have that open on my computer, and so I don't keep it only because of probably what I monitor, which is time and sales and stuff like that. So it's like actively like running in the background. So I usually keep it closed, and I don't like to open it while I'm live streaming usually because um, you know it's it's very easy for a pop-up to show up on some place that I don't want it to pop up at. Tammy says stair step up, elevator down. Across the market, puts versus buys is an 8 to 1. That's right, Tammy. I totally agree with that. Man, Tammy, you're just full of info today. As long as you change your underpants. I agree. Got to change those underpants.
I thought guys called them shorts.
I don't know. I call them underwear. I don't know. She just wrote underpants, so that's what my mom's in the background saying. I thought the guys called them. What'd you say?
Shorts.
Shorts? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard a guy refer to his underpants as shorts, but are you making a joke?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't a joke? Because Adam Aaron was in his quote unquote naked shorts.
Yeah, it does sound like a joke.
Yeah,
But I wasn't.
yeah. Okay, you weren't making. All right, cool. Yeah, Tammy, that's absolutely right, right? That's the whole point of me talking about. Remember that limit buy orders lower the market value and drop the price. You can buy lit market through Fidelity's Active Trader Pro. I'm not buying any right now, Tammy, but you're absolutely right. That is a great way to be able to buy lit market in order to do that. So I don't like to advertise any one particular broker over another, but you're not wrong in what it is that you're saying, and I don't want anybody to ever think that I'm trying to push a product on anybody. So that's not my intentions. Ooh, Dr. Zena says potato chip crunchy underwear is time to change. That is the grossest thing I ever heard of. I mean, I can imagine more gross, but potato chip crunchy, I can't even imagine. Like that is way too far. That's way too far. Just change them every day, man. Just change them every day. Like I don't think you should be waiting for spicy underwear. Oh, no, that's gone way too far. So, yeah, I'm just trying to imagine like crunchy underwear. That just sounds wrong. Oh, Tammy, I hope that's not true. I hope that's not true. All right, I'm gonna end the poll.
What's the poll?
Do you wear the same pants more than one day in a row?
Are we talking underwear? Are we talking
No, we're talking pants.
these?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. My mom just said yes.
I only wear dresses.
Yeah, I don't know why I put I only wear dresses in there, but I got 3% of the people voted for, so that's cool. I don't know. There are people who only wear dresses, so I figured why not just
Like my mother, she still wears pants,
she wears pants, yeah.
even when it wasn't popular.
But yeah, I actually, to be very honest, guys, I'm really surprised by that poll that as many of you guys wear pants more than one day in a row. I figured I was thinking 70-30, but 84-12 is pretty impressive.
Well, outside pants don't look dirty that much unless you're doing rough type work.
I'll tell you where else I change my pants too. Um, and it depends. Like, if you do something like if you go out to snow, if you're in a snowy condition and the pants get wet, no, yeah, those get changed. Don't and I'm not talking like throw them in the dryer and use them the next day, but those like I feel like once they get wet, it's almost like it's like a paste. It's like a paste. Like once you add liquid, it's like a gremlin. Once you add water to the dirty pants, they suddenly become a gremlin, and so that never turns out well. You might as well just go ahead and throw them in the wash because it's time for a new pair. Or if they get rained on, that's another example of when you'd probably want to go ahead and just change those bad boys out. Javi, how's it going, man? You missed the poll. I just ended it. Oh, Tammy, that's not cool. You tell him that the clock's right more than twice in a day. Because don't you let him talk to you like that. Right, Tammy? Exactly. Exactly. If you're not doing a whole lot, like, or if you're in a crowded area, right? Like, let's say you go to a baseball game, right? If you go to a baseball game, you go sit down in the nice sticky seats, and maybe you dropped the baseball on the ground and you got down on your knees to look underneath the seats, or your wallet fell or your phone fell and you had to get down on your knees to try and figure out where yeah, those pants are toast. Don't wear those pants the second day. Or even worse, you had to go to the latrine, you had to go to the bathroom, and you're sitting in one of those men's stalls. It's like a trough, and there's like 80 people all lined up in a row going to the restroom. It's like, yeah, those pants, those are done. Let those ones go.
We're going to a dirty thrift store.
Or my mom said we're going to a dirty thrift store. Actually, I thrift store shopping. I think I would probably wear my same pants again.
It depends on how dirty it was.
Yeah, well, I don't really touch anything when I'm there.
Then when it's pretty clean.
I don't like. I'm not really gonna touch anything, and yeah, it's like if I grab anything, I'm holding it away from my body.
So you're not one of those people that tries clothes on over clothes.
No, tries clothes on over clothes? No, never. Nah, I shouldn't say that. Not at a thrift store. Never at a thrift store.
Just buy it. Let it try to not try it. Back to you.
No, myself. I'm talking about in the bleachers. I'm talking about in the bleachers. If you, and it doesn't matter. And the only reason I'm thinking about it is because we just went to a hockey game last week, and I don't remember who it was, but somebody dropped something underneath the seats, and so I had to I had to go down and look for it. And I was like, and there's nothing more than I hate than getting down on your knees in the stadium seating area to look for something underneath the seats. It's the worst. It's like you just know you're like, oh God, this is gross. I've donated a pair of pants on the I-10 somewhere in New Mexico. They were my favorite. What the, I don't even want to know. That sounds like a story. That sounds like a really good story. Yeah, stadiums are the worst. I feel like I feel like at stadiums, like I want to get in, I want to get my concession food, I want to get in my seat, I want to eat, and anything beyond watching the game or doing any of those other things that I described, like I just are things that I don't want to do. It's like, oh man, stadiums, they're not, and then there's so many people. Oh, shoe prints on the toilet seat. That's the worst. James of Arizona says, "How many days do you wear your pants streaming?" Um, hmm. I'm gonna go with. I'm trying to average it out here, so I want to go with probably two pair a week. But it's sometimes sometimes no, I'm gonna go with two. I don't think it's ever three. I think the average is two. But I would say that the depending on what I've done for the weekend. See, that's kind of it's a weird question because like if depending on what I did for the weekend, when Monday rolls around, I might roll into like a new pair on Monday, change out by Wednesday, and stay through Friday or something like that. And then I don't, again, depending on the next weekend, who knows? Just it really depends. Javi says we're going streaking. I never thought about that. Like one day I should just do the live stream in underwear. I've never thought about doing that before, but like that should just be something I should just do just to just do it. I never even thought about doing that before, but it'd be kind of funny just to sit around in my underwear as I'm doing the live stream. I actually do wear pants. I've never even considered not wearing pants to stream before. Never thought about that. Oh, it's 11:09. It's time to take a look at the numbers. After MOASS streaking down Wall Street. I don't know, Kenny G. It might be kind of fun. It might kind of be fun. We might, we might have to experience a little bit of jail time, but it might be worth it. Do note that when you do streak and you get caught, that you do get a sex offender card for that. And FYI, I don't have one, but I do. I've had friends that have gotten them before, and they get a sex offender card. And you know what sucks about that? Like when you go to apply for a job and they ask you, why you have a sex offenders card, it's not a good thing. It doesn't show up on your record very well because they don't make a determination between sex offenders for what they are offending for. So be really, really, really careful on that one. I've had some friends in the past that got in big trouble over that, and it doesn't fare well for them. Uh-oh, Sling Blade says, get ready for another huge drop. Booksy is bullish again. Is that how we're maybe I should go to break to counterbalance that. Well, I'll counterbalance with a break. So let me go run through the numbers here real quick, and then I go to break to counterbalance it. 7-layer cake underwear. Ugh. All right. Remember when Herbie's not on the page, I won't be able to see what it is you guys read, and so hold those thoughts until after. Uh, Let me see if I have to give you guys a speech. And no speech required. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 61% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, off exchange is at 54.42%, EDGX is at 11.37, combined is 65.79. That's about 4.79% higher than it should be. CHX volume non-existent. On Ape, 73.58% of our volume going through off exchange, EDGX at 4.86. Grand total 78.44%. That is, what did I say? 61? Yeah, 71. 17.44% higher than it should be. CHX volume non-existent. GME is showing some elevated signs of CHX volume at 0.27% of their total daily volume when 30-day average is 0.17. HYMC, nothing unusual to report. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 632,000 shares having been returned for AMC. It's now 1.11 million shares having been returned. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.34%. Cost of our min is at 45.77, one of the lowest numbers we've seen so far in a while. Average is at 136.24 and max at 268.07%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 176.73 million shares. That's 200,000 shares less on loan than yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 51,000 of that was an enclosed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, some big numbers happening right now. Instead of 3 million shares having been returned an hour ago, it's now 5 million shares having been returned, which is lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.23%. We are definitely seeing there's been no borrows on Ape whatsoever, so there is no cost of borrows being reported. We're seeing a massive amount of shares being returned right now on Ape. Shares on loan day over day was down by 100,000 shares to 35.82 million shares. Will be very interesting to see if these positions are being closed out going into tomorrow. Taking a look at options. An hour ago, the highest amount of call volume strike price was at a $4 strike. It is still the same, but it's the $5 or $4.50 strike is getting close. It's getting up there. 6.3 thousand contracts an hour ago at 4. It's now 7.8 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume at a $3.50 strike, and it went from 3,000 contracts to 4,000. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.31. We are getting a little bit of some consolidation that's occurring right now. We did find some support on this descending level of support that we have now. It sort of looks like we may be building a little bit of a head and shoulders. Hopefully that's not the case. If it is, we'll see price come back down and consolidate down in the 529, 28 range for a little bit before moving down beyond that level of the descending level of support. Orders by Fidelity customers, the only ones I'm caring about right now are GME, AMC, and Ape. GME, due to the low volume that we've had on AMC and Ape, we haven't seen either of those two on the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. GME, however, does have a 83% buy to 17% sell ratio, which is looking very, very strong. SSR trips today at $3.54 for AMC. Ape tripped SSR yesterday and would trip again today at 1.08. Shares available to borrow. Let's see what's happened in the last hour here. Looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares. Let me just make sure that's right. Yeah. And then returned them in the last hour. Make sure I'm not recounting those. I think I'm recounting those. I think I already counted those. 1204. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm recounting those. So I'm not going to count those. So far for the day today, though, we've seen about 1.05 million shares having been borrowed. Fees are at 94.4% currently. The more shares that are returned, the more we're going to see those numbers go down. NASDAQ is up 1.05, Dow Jones is up 0.7, and the S&P 500 is up 1.13. We have 5,156 advancers to 1,555 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. It's cooking with bacon grease as of right now. Looking hot and tasty. SPY is up 1.16. The US dollar is currently showing down 0.39. Oil is up 2.47. And mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.38 to 0.52. Everything is up right now except for Amazon and the VIX that I have on my list here. VIX is down 2.23, VB is up 1.71, VBR up 1.72, Tesla up 4.35, Amazon is down 0.27, Cinemark up 4.57, Doge is up 2.42, Bitcoin is up 1.09, GME is up 1.92, HYMC up 8.13, Hood is up 0.93, CS up 5.61, NCMI is up 15.47, Ape is up 9.13, and AMC is up 2.42%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently showing about $200,000 more inflow than outflow, with 10.12 million shares traded so far after 168 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 23.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I think we will hit that pace as we're already in that target range. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.87, which is right about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a whipsaw kind of occurring on the vortex indicator. RSI at 51.41, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.48, which is just about average. On Ape, there's approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 9.31 million shares traded so far. 9.34 after 169 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 21.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, is suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded. I don't think we're going to have any problem hitting that, but it does seem like it's going to be close. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence having been seen within the last hour, with much more buying pressure than selling pressure and RSI at 54.52, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.3, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.16, which is above average. Man, I can't wait for movie trivia for the day today. I think it's going to be kind of fun. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a warning here. For those of you who are doing movie trivia, a couple things. First off is I took 3 movies from each decade. I think. Let me just go back through and check my notes again real quick here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've actually got 13 movies that we're going to be covering. So there will be 13 songs. I'm only playing you like a 15 to 20 seconds portion of music. Not all of them are from the beginning. I am playing some of the maybe more popular parts that you might more recognize of the song. But the important thing to note about the song is that it's going to be the orchestral or the theme song of the movie. A lot of people don't realize this, and they actually associate um, maybe some other song to the movie, but only because it's not necessarily it's the theme song for the movie. So it will be on that majority of them. I'd say there might be one out of all of the 13 that actually has like a regular song, and it will be very, very easy. Everybody's going to get that one right off the bat. I just know it. But all the rest of them are going to, yeah, there's some hard ones in there. Uh, because it's orchestral, you're going to probably think right off the bat that it's something that it's not, and it's going to fool you a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see how good you guys are. Some of them you'll get, some of them you might have a hard time with. If you do have a hard time, I might play a little more than 15 to 20 seconds. Hey, I'm gonna. Oh, it's already been done. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Patriot. We don't list other stocks here, man. Casey, you would have no lag issues if you did the trivia in Discord. If I did the trivia in Discord. Yeah, but not everybody can get on there, and I don't know that I want to. I'll talk to you offline about what's going on there. I'll tell you. Not everybody wants to use Discord, so that's part of the reason. Dr. Zena says Fidelity and TD Ameritrade do offer the choice to direct route, but whether or not they actually do when you choose to, question marks. Uh, I will say this, Tammy. Um, I kind of sort of wanted to use Back to the Future, but I didn't. So I can tell you this, it's not going to be on the list.
A hint already.
Yeah, a hint already. Petrifier says, Casey, will you won't be, wait, I'm so confused by that sentence. Will you won't be taking a page out of the SEC's playbook and playing Pornhub movies, will you? No. No, it won't be. Uh, so yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Brown chicka brown brown. Which name that tune, Petro. Brown chicka brown. All right, I gotta go to break here. It leaves who open for lawsuits? Got it, behind the green door. I don't even know if that's for real or not. That's funny. Guys, we're at $1.31 on Ape. One of the key target numbers I was looking for us to push through and receive some additional buying pressure from the market would be at about a buck 55. Elgato says, "Thanks, Casey. I got the $38 fee waived. You're welcome, man. That's 38 extra bucks I freed up for you. I'm glad that I could help you out, man. Helping retail investors 1% at a time. Hey, that's 38 bucks, man. That's a pretty nice meal out someplace. So go have a an Olive Garden meal on me. I don't know. I would imagine with a couple drinks you could probably make it 38 bucks at Olive Garden. I don't know what a price of plate goes there anymore. Like 15, 18 bucks. Add in 2 drinks and tips. Yeah, you're probably looking close to like I don't know. 38's a lot. Maybe you and your wife. You and your wife can go, your girlfriend or whoever. You guys can go out together and myself says $38 is a decent bottle of wine. There you go. Go buy yourself a decent bottle of wine on me. Toast at the end of the day, and just let me know what you bought, so I know what how much you're enjoying it, so I know to what I should go buy or what I shouldn't buy for $38. Delayed noise says 38 bucks is like a half tank of gas. Yeah, I guess depends on which kind of vehicle you're driving. Not here in Texas. I guess I guess it really depends on where you live too. My mom was telling me the price of gas over there is much higher than it is here in Texas. So I don't know. 38 bucks in California might not get you very far. Hey mom, what did you say that the price of gas was going for in California? The price of gas in California was
Oh, when I left, just before I left, I saw one that was really close to five. It was 4.90.
4.90.
But my gas station was 3.79.
Oh, your gas station was 3.79. Wait, how do you get 4.90 and 3.79? How do you change?
One's
How do you have a dollar difference between your gas stations?
there's sometimes mine is the best Costco of all the Costcos because it's got the most people.
But how do you
And
a dollar less?
it's sometimes 50 cents less than the other Costcos.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
I know. I didn't realize that it could be that much different, so I always wait and go to my own.
A dollar seems pretty egregious on gasoline price
Oh no,
from place to place.
it's like it's a place that's open 7 days a week, 24 hours, and they just people who are suckered in because they don't have any choices sometimes.
All right, well, I'm gonna go to break, guys. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat something real quick here, and I'll see you guys back at 12:10. Um, yeah. All right. I'll see you guys back here in a little bit.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, I'm back. We are getting a little bit of a upwards momentum here on AMC, although it did print a TD9, which means it probably will start heading back down towards that simple moving average, which is 402. Craig saying, "What's up with the green stuff on the chart?" he forgot. He forgot what buying pressure looked like. Yeah, no. Oh, and seasoned curlies. I'm sorry, the music is curling your fries and making them soggy. Uh, oh, it's just making your curly soggy. Sorry. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys, and see what we got going on here. Um, by the way, I know this is I don't normally do this, but I had a DM come from Hillbilly, who posted a beef Wellington that he did, a picture of it to me, and let me tell you guys, I got to show this. I just got to show this. I've never tried to make anything like that before, beef Wellington, but I gotta share this picture. Hopefully he'll forgive me, but I mean, if you can make this kind of thing uh, on a regular basis and have it turn out like this, like legit, I think you should probably find yourself in a restaurant somewhere making money because this looks like this is really decent looking. I'm not kidding. Like I think that's a really decent looking beef Wellington. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm shocked. It's very professional. Yeah, he sent me a picture of his meat. That is a very delicious looking beef Wellington. It's very well cooked. Um, Hats off, man. That's that's a downright good piece of meat right there. No, but I'm not kidding though. That's seriously, it's really good. That's amazing. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. It looks legit. All right, let me take a look at the numbers, guys, and we'll see where we're at right now in terms of numbers. One of the key numbers I was looking for buying pressure coming in for AMC was $4.22, and Ape was at $1.55. So we're not quite there yet on either one of those two. Greg says that's how you know you're proud of it when you send pictures. Yeah, well, I forgot to take a picture of my seafood, my smoked salmon and asparagus fettuccine, and I regret it. And I was proud of it though. One of these days, I'm gonna remember to take pictures of the food. I'm not one of those kind of guys. I just don't do that. I don't do that very often. I got a Discord that I have, and I try to post up stuff in there, and then I forget about it. I'm not a social media posting whore. Just, that's not the kind of person that I am. I just don't like. If it were up to me, I probably would never, ever, ever post hardly anything at all. But the only reason I even post anything is because I know you guys like seeing it. So, I post stuff. But um, Corey Jones says, "Wow, that looks good, but come on, bro, I'm starving at line at Chick-fil-A. You know how long that takes during lunch." All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I sent people pictures of my curlies, didn't get much appreciation. Yeah. You gotta be careful about sending those. Let me see if I have to give you guys a speech. As in regards to the big tramp, if you don't see the big tramp or the Herbie on the page, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. Um, when you do set that up, make sure to set up a secondary device in case something should go wrong with the primary, and that way you won't lose access to your account. Just send the code someplace to the other device. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta. Um, last screen moving over. I was letting Hillbilly know that I'd shared it. Beautiful piece of meat. Let's see. Don't you guys dare start saying. Oh man, I don't even don't go there, guys. I don't want any strained pieces of meat sent to me. Please. I'll block. We'll just straight up start blocking people. Let's start taking a look at the numbers that we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, what are we at? 12 o'clock right now. We should be seeing about somewhere around 62% going through off exchange and CBOE EDGX combined. Currently, at this time of the day on AMC, we're at 55.53% through off exchange, EDGX at 10.7, grand total 66.23%. That's about 3.23% higher than it should be. Nothing unusual out of CHX. On Ape, 74.77% through off exchange. EDGX is at 4.58. Grand total 79.35%. That is 16.35% higher than it should be by this time of the day. Nothing unusual at CHX. Let's see here. CHX volume is a little elevated on GME. Their 30-day average is 0.17% of their daily volume. It's 0.24 right now. And HYMC, nothing unusual about CHX. Taking a look at Vortex. Massive amounts of shares being returned today on Ape, which is usually a sign. That's a bullish sign. An hour ago on AMC, there was 1.11 million shares having been returned. That's still the same, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 21.34%. The cost to borrow is 45.77 for the min, average 138.87, and max at 268.07. Shares on loan for the day today is at 176.73 million. Day over day, that's 200,000 shares less on loan, and about 51,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 5 million shares having been returned. It's now 5.06 million shares. It's going to have the effect of, that's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.23%. Not a single share borrowed for the day today on Ape. Cost to borrow averages are not there as nothing has been loaned yet. So shares on loan for the day is at 35.82 million shares. That's 100,000 shares less on loan day over day. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $4 strike for the calls. That's still the case. It went from 7.8 thousand contracts to 9.1. Puts, highest amount of volume is at a $3.50 strike with the amount of or put positions going from 4,000 in volume to 4.2 thousand contracts. Market's kind of indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere between 3.5 and 4, although that seems to be not the case as of right now. The combined price is $5.44. We are slowly increasing the build to 554 Fibonacci retracement to retest that for a breakthrough point. Most of that upwards momentum, I believe, is coming from Ape. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME has been the only one on the list of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks simply due to the fact of low volume out of AMC and Ape. But GME has a very strong 82% buy to an 18% sell ratio. Still, AMC and Ape still not on the list here of the top 30 most heavily traded. Trigger price for SSR for AMC is at $3.54. For Ape, it would have been at 1.08. However, Ape did trip SSR yesterday, so it is on for the day today. Shares available to borrow is 200,000 shares. Looks like there's mainly been returns in the last hour. So far for the day today, we've seen 1.05 million shares borrowed. Fees are now down to 81.1%. Lots of shares being returned. NASDAQ is up 0.98, Dow Jones is up 0.62, and the S&P 500 is up 1.07. The market has 5,149 advancers to 1,593 decliners. The market is declining over advancing. Sorry, I said that backwards. Advancing over declining. It's cooking with bacon grease right now, looking hot and tasty. Smells good, I'm sure. The U.S. dollar is currently showing that it is down 0.31% and holding at about a buck, 104.20. Oil is up 2.96%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.47 to 0.62, and SPY is up 1.09. VIX is the only thing down right now. It's down 1.92%, but at 22.46. VB is up 1.87, VBR up 1.84, Tesla up 4.25, Amazon is up 0.15, Cinemark up 5.52, Doge up 3.14, Bitcoin is up 1.5 at 16.9 a coin. GME is up 3.17, HYMC up 6.13, Hood is up 1.98, CS is up 6.09, NCMI is up 16.14%, Ape is up 13.21, and AMC is up 5.09%. And what else did I want to show you guys? I feel like that was it. There does appear to be some news on AMC. Disney expects Avatar 2 to pass Top Gun on Wednesday. Disney's Avatar sequel has grossed 1.48 billion worldwide. Getting some decent amount of volume on the price, the upwards price momentum on AMC, which is always a good thing. You want positive volume with price increase. Did I say positive volume? Increasing volume. I don't know why I said positive volume. You know what I meant. Words. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Belarkey says, I love how the spy goes down on our news. Apex says, Casey, we're going to get that 550 combined price. I hope so, man. I'm hoping to see 554 and a break above that would be nice, and holding above it would be good too. Gorilla Gardener, good to see you. Casey, you like your meat inside a bun like that. I'll leave it up to you to myself to always ask me the inappropriate questions. And it makes me laugh. I enjoy that kind of humor. That's funny. Nobody else, I mean, it's probably just you and me, but everybody else is probably sitting there going, like, rolling their eyes right now. I think it's funny. Glenn says your poor mom has to listen to this. I know, right? Myself, you should be ashamed of yourself. Oh, man. In case you remember a few years ago, the Fed asked for permission to short the market. Wait, what? Remember a few years ago, the Fed asked for permission to short the market. I do not remember that. Let me look that up real quick. Um, that doesn't even make sense to me though. Like, why would they want that? They would want a strong dollar and a weak market. That's should be what they should be desiring to have right now. No, my mom's still here, Tim. She doesn't leave until Thursday. My soul says I'm so ashamed. Hey, hillbilly. I just want to let you know, man. I shared your meat. I showed it to everybody. It's dude. To be honest with you, man, it's a great looking cut that you made there, and I mean I don't know how you did it. Are you do you chef on the side or like what's the deal? Like I mean, did you doctor the pictures or what did you do? Like legit, like is that straight up like authentic or is it one of those staged is it one of those staged pictures where where you use like a heat gun to like make the meat look just the right cook, just the right I don't know if that's not the right word, done, right doneness. I don't know what that's called. Right
Done.
I don't yeah, done. Whatever.
To look appetizing.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but a lot of the times, some of the stuff that you see in advertisements, it's not really real. It's things that make you want to think that it's real and great and all that kind of good stuff. I was working for a pizza joint one time, and they were cooking. They were doing the pizza, showing how they were cooking the pizza, and they were trying to film the pizza in a way to where it was ideally cooked. And so they actually didn't cook the pizza at all. They actually took a heat gun to it and evenly cooked the pizza just from the top side. And I never seen anything quite like it. Like I don't think anybody would want to eat the contents that were on the pizza at all because nothing it wasn't really cooked. And um, but it looked great. It looked absolutely delicious. Okay. Did you got my Okay, cool. Thank you. Drive safe. That's crazy, man. That's really crazy, hillbilly. I'm really impressed. You gotta invite me over for some beef Wellington, man. Uh, Out of curiosity, did you serve it to anybody or was it just for yourself? Because if you served it to anybody else, I'm curious what they thought. How did it taste? What kind of ratings did you get? I mean, it looks perfect. I've done that before. I've made some things in the past that they look absolutely like the steak looks just absolutely perfectly cooked. People go to eat it and they go like, "Oh, it's over seasoned," and you're like, "Damn it!" It's like I tried so hard to get the temperature right, and the meat looks perfect, but then I just over seasoned it or whatever. You guys are going too far with the whole. It was a tad salty, but was amazing. Yeah, I noticed the salt flakes that you had I think it was the second picture. Yeah, the second picture. Or oh no, 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 that's Parmesan cheese flakes, isn't it? That's Parmesan cheese I think you got on the top there. Hmm. Ooh, that is a great. I like mine um, medium rare. I don't typically order rare because some places will actually give it to you rare, and that's too rare. But most places will like rare is usually what I like to eat. But every once in a while, when I go to places that they actually do serve it rare, I don't like that. So I like medium rare, and so it's I just find that it ends up being better. Hold on a second. Oh shoot. You know what? I'm gonna have to categorize this. All right. So I really I had to categorize this because I only get four options for these polls. Uh, so So since I only get four options on the polls, I figured I'd put this one in with I'm gonna combine groups of people kind of together here a little bit because I couldn't list out five. Let's see, one, two, three. Yeah, I couldn't list out five options. Uh, so, so of course, and then I had to put a Casey's fourth choice in there. Oh man. But yeah, I'm more of a medium rare. I'm more of a rare steak kind of guy, but medium rare works. Sensor content says many years ago I created the most incredible chicken recipe that like all 20 to 25 guests bug me for the recipe to this day. Unfortunately, I was very drunk when I made it. I have no idea what I made. Yeah, I feel like everybody's got like a one of those kind of experiences with something that they've made before. Ooh, I probably should have put that tartar on there, Balarke. I didn't think of that. That probably should have been the fourth answer. Yeah, Doctor No 17, I don't recognize your photo at all. And I feel like I've been skipping over some of your posts because of it. Almost because I just don't, I don't know. Yeah, salt and pepper is good. I'm starting to think that I want to start searing my steaks on the grill on a really high heat, like super high heat, and then finish it off in the convection oven. Um, just because I think that I feel like they might cook it a little bit better. Steaks in the air fryer, is that before or after um when you put your steaks in the air fryer, is that after you've like kind of cooked it already? Reverse sear is the best. I'm the last man standing? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Are you saying everybody else is doing their last AMC video? There's no way. There's no way I'm the last man standing. There's got to be a few others. I know Steven was in here this morning. I'm sure he's not out yet. Man, we're all the OGs in here. It's not just me. I started the same place most of y'all started, so I don't want to hear no OG goat stuff. I'm literally like, I'm just like everybody else. Started out the same place. We've all been in this for a long, long time, and I know how tiring this has gotten. And I want you guys. Actually, you know what? I know I don't talk about other stocks here, but I just want to. I want to take you guys down memory lane here for my memory lane, not necessarily your memory lane, but I want to show you something. And oops, that is not what it is anymore. Keep forgetting that they changed it. Facebook is no longer FB. It's help me out. What is it? Oh, I'll just put it in Facebook. It's Meta Platforms. All right, so let's go back and take a look at Meta real quick. Actually, I wonder if I can. Wonder if I could pull up the old listing for Facebook. Let me try Meta. That's not it. All right. So I just want to show you this because it was a really long process for me when I first got into this in like 20 what was it, like 2012 or something like that. I think was the first year that started trading. Um, we'll go back to the beginning. Yeah, 2012, May of 2020, 2012. So it opened up. I'll just tell you guys that I think that it was listed for $34 a share was what they were planning on opening up the IPO at. And right off the bat, like it started trading at like 36. It was already up like $2, like right off the bat. I bought in at, I'm pretty sure I bought in at like that 36 amount. As soon as market opened, I was buying. So I was in at like $36. And so I just want to show you this, like how long it took. That was May of 2012. The point at which I was at break even wasn't until July of 2013, which doesn't sound right because it was 2 years. Something's not right here. I don't think this is the direct. I don't think this is not how I remember history. I know it was 2 years. Maybe it was 2 years before I doubled my money. Maybe that's what it was. I doubled my money after 2 years. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so in order to double my money, we got to get the price up to 60. Let's see, 60, $72, right? So by 1 year or July of the next year, a little over a year's worth of time, I finally was breaking even on my investment with Facebook, and then to get up to that 70 something odd dollars a share, 72 really didn't hit until 2014. Yeah, it's 2 years. I sold right around this point right in here. So the only reason I sold out of it was because I would have stayed in. I would have stayed in longer, but unfortunately I was running through some cash issues at the time, and I really needed the money. So because I had doubled my money, I really, I was done. I'd already been in for 2 years, and doubled my money, and I was happy with that. There was nothing wrong with doubling my money after 2 years, but I wish I had stayed in longer. As you can see, the performance on this was much much better, and just kept going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And but now look at it here at the top at 384, and I think there's got to be some splits in here. There's got to be some dividends. Nope, no dividends showing. Okay, well they didn't have any dividends or splits or anything, but yeah, at least not according to Weeble. But I'm telling you guys, like this stuff takes time, and I know you're not showing any kind of increases in money right now, but given time, these things do start to rip. So give it time. Just relax, sit back, enjoy the ride. They're not going to hold us here forever. Well, I mean, I didn't really regret it at the time, Hillbilly. The only reason that I needed to get out of it was, well, I mean, I'll just be up in front and honest with you guys. I was going through a divorce at the time, or actually, I should say, I had gone through a divorce, and it was something that I really, I don't. For most of you don't know this or not, but after you go through a divorce, sometimes that can hurt your credit a little bit. And so I just kind of needed the cash at the time. It was just kind of like one of those things where it's like I was restarting my life, and I was at a point to where it was like, okay, everything's starting back over again. It's time for me to kind of reshuffle distribution of money and where I'm putting it, and kind of rebalancing like my future. And so at the time, I needed that money in order to make those kind of decisions and changes. So that's what I did. I cashed out of it. So I wasn't upset at all. I mean, I wish I could have kept it there, but financially, I just know there was no way I needed to start over. So and I needed that money to do it. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Bradford. You are what you eat, man. Hillbilly says, I got out of an 11-year relationship in October 21, so I know what you mean. I'm dealing with that now. Hillbilly, I'll tell you one thing's for sure. I I'll be here for you if you ever need to talk. I will be here because you deal with all kinds of crazy stuff when you're getting out of a relationship like that. A long-term relationship like that. You deal with all kinds of crazy things going forward, trying to get your life back in order, and uh, you know going through those changes. Sometimes you just need somebody to talk to you, just kind of tell you like it's gonna get better. It gets way better over time. You just got to give it that time. Yeah, absolutely, Blarkey. We can look at GMEs when it's squeezed. Sure thing. It's going to look different now because of the dividend that they gave out a while back, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it is that you want to see on it, but they were running in August, September of 2020. It was running just underneath $2. Kind of ran to a peak in November, the end of November, to about 432. A little bit of a dip again, and then back up to another high of $5.60. Then went down back down a tad to 4.27, and then she took off. Of course, it looks different now because of the fact that the um, what am I trying to say here? The dividends kind of reduce the amount of the values on all these numbers. So everything that I just told you in value wise is different than what it was actually at the time. You got to add like what did they do? Did they do a well, it had to be like was it 3-1? Was it 3-1 or 4-1? I can't remember if they did 4-1 or not. Let's see if that would make sense. Yeah, it must have been 5-1. How much did it get up to? Let me go back to my records here. GME's actual price, the height of the GME price run ran to 514. Eh, it must have been a 4-to-1 split. Or sorry, 1-to-4. But yeah, the height of the GME run that I saw was 514.50. That's what I have recorded. So any of those prices that I just read off to you, you'd have to add or multiply by 4. Jeff says it was a 4-to-1. Yeah, or 1-to-4, 1-to-4. Right? They didn't. They added shares. They didn't take away. Or text numbers on GME. Pulling those up right now for you. In regards to borrowed change amount for the day to day, they've had 134,000 shares returned. Their cost to borrow averages at 24.29. The estimated short share interest, the free float's at 22.31%. Shares on loan is 95.2 million, and utilization's at 100%. Kathy, how's it going? Myself, what's the OIF? Maybe it's two. If you're used to going to visit their parents on Sundays, do you still end up there? Wait. No. Hillbilly says you said something up above Hillbilly and I missed. You said, "Thanks, man. I've quit drinking, started working out, and back on track financially, although I'm broke all the time." I, I know, man. It gets better. I'm telling you, it does get better. You just got to give it some time. It doesn't. It's not. It's never a quick process. But you got to stay focused. Stay focused and remain vigilant in knowing that you're going to turn things around and stay positive because as long as you do all that stuff, you'll turn things around. Where you have a will, you will have a way. Promise. Like you can absolutely whatever you put your mind to, you can do it. Yes, Hazel. I was a part of that class action lawsuit. I got my notification in the mail. I signed up for it because what happened was they had valued the initial IPO valuation was overvalued, and so they got in trouble for overvaluing the initial price of the stock of the security, and so they got in a lot of trouble for that for the overvaluation of the security, and I got like pennies. I got pennies for it, man. It was worthless. Absolutely like the whole class action lawsuit was worthless. Didn't do a dang thing for me. I didn't even cash it. When I got my distribution from it, I didn't even cash it. It was pointless. It's me says this may have been asked before, but do you think there could be a squeeze before a reverse stock split? I do. Wait, you got sent over $300? What the hell? I didn't get crap. I didn't get crap from that, Hazel. I got like pennies, man. It was terrible. I was like, man, that sucks. I was just sitting there going like, I mean, I don't know how much you put into it, but I felt like I sunk some pretty good change into the company. I knew it was going to take off. I just didn't know it was going to take that long. Does it sound familiar? Yeah, man. See, honestly, to be very honest with you, though, guys, I'm 100% certain that AMC would have been ripping in June of last year had it not been for Mudrick Capital or basically selling off their portion of their shares back into the marketplace. Like we would have been done. This would have been done in June of 2021, but when they sold those 50 something million shares back into the marketplace, it completely stopped us dead in our tracks. They screwed us over. I'm really hoping that Antera doesn't do some bullcrap like that. I really hope Antera has to hold on to their position. Because if Antera decides to sell those shares back into the marketplace, while we're running up in price again, a very similar type thing could happen. They were a preferred settlement on Facebook. Who are we talking about here, Hillbilly? Who's they? Yeah, I do think that we could squeeze before the voting. The question is what happens with, if there's dilution that occurs, what price would it occur at? Would it prevent the price from continuing to run? Would a price run on Ape cause AMC to start running with it? Which I do think that is the case. That would happen. So there's a lot of questions in regards to all of this, and I do think that it's possible that Adam Aaron could. I think that once we get over a certain price, and I think that's probably around $20, and that's combined price of AMC and Ape. Once we see the price above $20, I think this could start running pretty uncontrollably. So you kind of watch for $20 as being like the key number. But if Adam Aaron does dilution after $20, there may be no stopping the price anyways at that point, especially if it's on AMC. If AMC breaks $20 alone on just its price alone, this thing could just absolutely just start going out of control. I don't they can't really cancel out synthetic shares though. I'm not really sure like what that means exactly. Like I've heard this twice now, I think, or maybe three times today, with the idea of a reverse split canceling out synthetic positions. And I don't really that doesn't make much sense to me. Oh, the wheeling and dealing. Okay, so you're saying I didn't do any wheeling and dealing. I just got I on a class action lawsuit. I don't know that there is any kind of wheeling or dealing that can be done. You get what you get. Are the numbers better now than they were pre run up in June? It depends on what it is that you're looking at, Blair. There are some numbers that are better. There are some numbers that are worse. It's close to 1 o'clock right now. So I'm actually going to stop looking at what it is that you guys are writing because I actually think this is a good thing to kind of take a look at and see. They've forgiven them in the past. I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could forgive synthetic positions though. Like that, they have to be accounted for. Um, let's take a look at the numbers real quick here. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. Well, actually, I'm gonna take you this page right here real quick because I just kind of want to show you this. I think there's a really good question that was asked here by Blair. So Blair, let me show you some of the differences in the numbers now versus from the past. And so we're gonna look at just strictly AMC right here for right now. And we'll go to utilization and take a look at that. And I'm going to stretch this back out here just a tad bit. You can see prior to both the January run up and the June run up that there was periods of time where there was basically 100% utilization or almost dang near 100% utilization. So utilization has been on a 100% basis for a much longer time span than either of the times running up into June. So that's definitely better, right? Then you can pull cost to borrow and you can look at cost to borrow. Okay, well, prior to June's run up, we definitely, which was this is showing cost to borrow at the time, peaking out just before the big run at 19.93 percent. And is that percent? Yeah, it's got to be. And then cost to borrow now at 62.7. So it's much, much higher now. But prior to the January run up, cost to borrow was as high as 152.99. So we'll get rid of those two factors. So I would say cost to borrow now is better than the prior to the June run up, but not better than January. On loan amount. On loan amount is currently higher. We have 176 million shares on loan currently. Prior to the June run up, we had 152 million shares. So we have like 20 something million, 26 million 24 million shares more on loan currently, and certainly definitely more than that many shares on loan. But do note, while there is more shares on loan currently, there's also a larger float as well. So those are things that you kind of have to take into account. On loan average age per day. Now, a lot of people may look at this on loan average age per day and say like, well, what's important about that? Well, it's really how bad. This is a good indicator of how bad this is hurting them because they've had these positions open for so long. And in regards to just prior to the June run up, one of the longest on loan average age per day was 48 days on average. Prior to the January run up, one of the higher points was like 80.63. I mean, there was a spot that was higher before then at 113, but uh, that was 6 months, 7 months before the run up in January, so I wouldn't really count that. But we're currently sitting at 89.93 days, which is a really long time considering that prior to the June run up, the high was 49. We're double. If you take a look at estimated short share interest of the free float, right now we're at about a 21.41%. It was about 25% going into the run up in June or May, late May, and about 25% going into January. So we're a little bit low on estimated short share interest of the free float, but that is an estimated number. So what was the actual reported short interest? Ah, That's much different, right? So the amount of estimated shorted reported interest was actually prior to the January run up was 44 million shares. Prior to the May or June run up, we had a high of about 93 million shares. We're currently sitting at 108 million shares. But do note again, another factor as to why the numbers are so much higher now versus what they used to be was the fact that the float's larger. So that does kind of play a factor. Failure to delivers. What were some of the biggest spikes that we saw prior to the run up in June? One of the largest spikes that we saw, and you do note that as I'm looking at such a large time frame, some of these are stacked on top of each other here. So this might be like a couple of days that are stacked on top of each other when I look at these. But this stack right here was 11.73 million prior to the June run up. We had a stack not too long ago that was 12.53 million. Some of the stacking amounts just prior to the January run up were as high as 17.53 million, which we did see a 17.98 not too long ago when we had our 34. I don't know what run up this. Oh, this is the run up just prior to the dividend. So most of these indicators say that we're doing better, but there are reasons why some of them are doing better, like increased float size. How about security lending volume? Yep, definitely seeing spikes in security lending volume happening right now. That's a good thing to see. Now, there were threshold lists that were being broken prior to the January run-up that may be something to be considered, and then some threshold that was that flagged after the June run-up. I wouldn't really put a whole lot of weight into those. That's just we had a much lower float back here, and so needing to return shares was probably a higher priority when the float was lower. What else should I be looking at here? I think that's it. I think those are some of the biggest things to look at right there. So to contrast and compare. But it's time to take a look at the numbers, all the rest of the numbers, anyways. And so let's go ahead and do that. Give me just a second while I move a couple of screens around here and log into my broker. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 50 or 60. Did I say 62 earlier or 63? I think I said 62. I think we should be seeing about 63% right now. 63% combined between the two. No, 64. I'm sorry. It's 64% right now, and then in an hour from now, it'd be 66. So 64% total amount of off-exchange and CBOE EDGX volume. On AMC currently, it's showing 54.76% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 10.59. Grand total 65.35%. That's 1.35% higher than it should be. Not very elevated. Nothing going on with CHX volume. On Ape, 74.08% going through Ape off exchange, and EDGX is at 5.09. For grand total, 79.17%. That is, what did I say, 64? So 15.17% higher than where it should be. Nothing unusual about CHX volume. GME has slightly elevated CHX volume. Their 30-day average is 0.17. We're at 0.22. And HYMC, CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. As of an hour ago, there was 1.11 million shares having been returned on AMC. It's now 898,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.35 million shares. Cost per minute 45.77, average at 148.23, and max at 268.07%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 176.73 million shares. That is 200,000 shares less on loan today than yesterday, and 51,000 of that was in closed interest day over day. On Ape, an hour ago there was 5.06 million shares having been returned. It's the same value, leaving that short share interest of the free float at 7.23%. Shares on loan for the day today is down 100,000 shares, and putting us at 35.82 million shares on loan. Highest amount of call volume at a $4.50 strike, which is 50 cents higher than where we were at an hour ago. We have currently 11.5 thousand contracts. We had 9.1 thousand contracts at 4 earlier. Market's a little bit more bullish looking. On puts, highest amount of volume is still at $3.50 strike, but $4 is closing in. At 3.5, there's 4.6 thousand contracts. Currently, there was 4.2 an hour ago. Combined price of AMC and Ape, looks like we got a little bit of a rejection off of that Fibonacci retracement at around $5.54. We are finding a little bit of support where we're at right now. And you can kind of tell that from the past, it's been a level of support and resistance. It's kind of been seen right here where we're at 535, but I want to see us try and push above 554 before the day is over. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME has been the only one on the top 30 most heavily traded stock list here. And they still are with an 81% buy to 19% sell ratio. Ape and AMC have not been able to make the list due to low volume. $3.54 is SSR trigger price that has not occurred yet for the day today. Ape did trigger SSR yesterday and would trigger today at $1.08. And as of right now, shares available to borrow doesn't look like anything's changed in the last hour. Yeah, no change. Excuse me, except for we do have fees at 81.1%, and they were 94.4 earlier. Those fees are going to come down as we watch more and more positions getting closed out. NASDAQ is up 0.55%. Dow Jones is up 0.24. The SP 500 is up 0.61. We have 4,985 advancers to 1,762 decliners. The market is declining over advancing. Sorry, I keep doing that. The market is more advancing than declining, and it's cooking with bacon grease right now because it's looking pretty strong. It's looking pretty tasty. US dollar is currently showing down 0.2. Really interesting to see that it's actually starting to reverse the other direction now. Oil is up 1.87% right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between 0.37 and 0.56. SPY is up 0.6. VIX is down 2.23. VB is up 1.52. VBR is up 1.46. Tesla is up 3.89. Amazon is down 0.69. Cinemark is up 6.24. Doge is up 2.36. Bitcoin is up 1.18. GME is up 1.48. HYMC is up 5.67. Hood is up 1.92. CS is up 4.65. NCMI is up 17.13. Ape is up 10.16. And AMC is up 3.31. On the 1 hour time interval, we have approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. Let's see here. We've got 283 minutes worth of trading in, putting us on a pace for 19.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like we will be hitting that. Shouldn't be a problem on a 1 hour time interval. There's currently more buying pressure than selling. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.08, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.4, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.56, which is just slightly above average. On Ape, we currently have $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 14.45 million shares traded so far for the day today after 284 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.84 million shares. It's kind of crazy how similar the volume has been on AMC and Ape. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares. Looks like we are going to be hitting that pace. Let me just verify something. Yeah. On a 1 hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.16, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.05, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.7, which is average. Who'd have thunk Who'd have thunk that I was going to be the only last full AMC person? I wouldn't have thought that. That's not true. That's not true. I never even really considered it before. I'm sure there's others too. I know Steven talks about it still. Tony still talks about it. Pantheon I think still does a video on occasion from here and there. Myself says, did you see AMC Theaters' last tweet? It's trivia day. They're asking movie trivia questions on their Twitter account. I did not see that. That's cool. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up. It's National Trivia Day. How much do you know about the films being released in 2023? Let's find out. How many Marvel Studio movies are hitting the big screen in 2023 and what are they? Man, I have no idea. I'm going to say 2 weeks. I'm going to say 6. I'm going to say 6, but I have no idea. Let's see what the answers are so far. Somebody said 3. 5 if you count Sony Marvel ones. So you said Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and the Marvels. And then 5, the other 2 include Kraven the Hunter and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. So most of the answers are saying 3 so far. Hazel says, if you're the last, Casey, stick around, please. Oh, man. Hey, it's not, well, is trivia my idea? I mean, I don't feel like it's my idea, but, whatever. Dr. Zena says, don't worry, Shaw, just 10 or 12 more years of this and we'll wrap it up. I think I yawned like 8 times now in the last like 20 minutes. I'm tired today. I went to bed kind of late last night. Million says it's because you're a shield. I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's more because I don't really care about making money in on doing the YouTube stuff. So, and I think that's maybe why it may set me apart from perhaps some of the other people that might be out there. And I'm just kind of hypothesizing. I don't really know, but it might make a big difference to people who maybe saw like AMC as a revenue generating source for their YouTube channel, and then maybe they end up getting in trouble. I don't know. I don't know what the reasons are, but maybe they ended up getting in trouble for, and maybe they got some kind of like content, ish. I don't know, man. I'm making stuff up here. I really don't know what the reason for it is. Did I discuss the new joint filing agreement that was filed today? Joint filing. Yes, but I have not looked into the buy and sell orders that are in the Schedule 1 inside of that joint filing. Where did they get the movie trivia idea, huh? It says it says that it's national. What did they put? They said it's National Trivia Day. It says it right in the first tweet. Captain Awesome says, scroll up. Hold up. Scrolling up. Casey, since you have Cinemark on the list, why not also add one of Tesla's competitors to the list as well? I know who you're talking about, and only because they're not really like I don't view them as like a squeeze play, at least not right now. I don't. Thanks, Deborah. I don't see. I don't want to suggest that, Hazel, just because I feel like it's like I don't know. I don't want to suggest. I want to say this, guys. I want to change the topic. I don't want to talk about who's last and all that kind of stuff or who's still doing it. It really doesn't matter to me. What I will say is this though is that today I'm really excited about the movie trivia. Today you guys get to hear the theme songs for the movie trivia. I have 13. I believe it was 13. Let me just go back and verify one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 13. 13 different movies today. So there's going to be additional bonus questions, but it's going to be the theme songs for movies. I've got 4 decades worth of movies. Each decade has 3 movies. I will do them in chronological order. So if you can figure out when the first movie release was, when we get the answer for the first one, you're going to know that we starting in the 1980s. The first 3 movies will be 1980s movies. The next 3 movies will be 1990s. The next 3 will be 2000s. The next 3 will be, um, think Casey, think the 2010s, and then I think the last 2, I believe, are current, like 2020 to current. Let me just review that real quick and just make sure I'm not lying. One of those I may have done 4 for 2010s and to 2020. I may only have 1 in here. Yeah, I think I only have 1 in here. I think I may have accidentally done 4 from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010 to current. Okay, I only have 1 movie from 2020 to current, and then everything else is 3 movies from each of the 4 uh, decades prior. Yeah, Cal RPNA, they do have to close their positions, which what you need to remember is that how you view a closing of a position and how they view closing a position are 2 totally different things. I believe that what we're going to find is that a closing of a position only requires payment to make the position right. So, but that doesn't mean that it won't cause stress, financial stress on institutions that are short on AMC. Just do note, guys, that when we do the movie trivia today, that it is going to be most of them. I think there's only one that has a song that's not orchestral, but most movies have orchestral theme songs. So you're going to really have to put on your thinking cap because some of them kind of fool you a little bit. Everything's going to sound like Harry Potter. It's like and there's going to be a point to where when you're listening to it, you're going to be like, Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter. And it's not Harry Potter. Would that be like, that would be really, really stupid if I had put in like just a crap ton of like Harry Potter songs in there. So I'm not going to do that to you. But yeah. Uh, Foo Dog said, wait, what? Oh. Somebody, I have been, did I ever tell you guys, did I ever give you guys the lowdown on what the, who followed me on LinkedIn? I can't remember if I ever told you guys that, the end of that story. Cost to borrow minimum for, oh shoot, why is it not up there? Is it not up there? It should be up there. Cost to borrow right now, cost to borrow minimum right now for AMC is currently at 45.77%. I did not. I did not tell you guys who tried to contact me. Okay. All right. Well, let me go back and find. Maybe maybe we'll do it after the break and the movie trivia because I don't know how I can do this in like 4 minutes, and if I don't do it in 4 minutes, then I'll have to take a break and I'll be missing some of my break time. I'll tell you what though, I've been approached. I have been approached by one specific entity, three different entities. One was for a very low value dollar amount. A second entity was approached me about doing business advertising for their um, shoot, I don't know what to call it, for their trading methods, I guess. They wanted me to be a or not a, what's the word? I don't know what to call it. A business partner in distributing advertising their product to you guys, and then a third person followed me on LinkedIn and had ties to I think it was J.P. Morgan. And then as soon as I asked them, why they were following me or why they wanted to, it said that they were a floor trader for J.P. Morgan. And then as soon as I confronted them about following me, I shouldn't say confront, but they basically blocked me immediately right afterwards. So it was just almost like they didn't think I was going to check who they were. Dr. Zeno, anytime they borrow shares for a very small amount, it's just going to report a min that's really really low. So if you look at the average though, the average is much higher, which means that the majority of the shares that they've been borrowing have been at a higher rate. When you see the closing of positions like we've been seeing over the last 24 hours, the amount of shares that are available to be borrowed is going up, which means that the value from some lenders on cost of borrow is going to be going down. But as soon as they exhaust those lenders, which it looks like they probably have, because you haven't seen the average going down much, then the cost of borrow is going to go back up. Just in, U.S. prosecutor tells FTX bankruptcy judge U.S. Department of Justice in process of seizing Robinhood market shares subject to BlockFi claims. What? What? Dang. Here we go. Oh, that sounds exciting. Yeah, well, actually, Point Break Thor, I actually stopped. Remember, I asked you guys if you thought I should do that or not, and every majority of the people voted no. Um, and I kind of had a lot of talks with a lot of individuals who said that it wasn't going to be the potential for me to become a suspected um, nefarious person within the community was too great, and so it was better for me to just leave it alone and walk away from it. So I did, and I agreed with that. Like I don't want to. The last thing I want to do is jeopardize that trust. So it was too risky. But I will share it with you guys when I get back. It's 1:30. I got to go to break. And when I get back, guys, I'm really looking forward to the movie trivia today, and I will share with you guys. I'll actually show you all the information you want to see from both of those two instances. Of the guy that the one that contacted me, or not contact the company that contacted me, and then also the individual who followed me and then immediately uh, blocked me. We can check that out too. Let me go ahead and sign off for now, though, and I'll see you guys back here at 2:10. Okay. I'll turn the music off. It was pretty annoying, wasn't it? All right. So let's go through the numbers here, guys. I'm gonna do a little toast. Welcome to the Power Hour, by the way. I want to do a little bit of a toast here before we get into the numbers. Two people, Hamlin. I actually don't remember what his first name was. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up here. Dahmer Hamlin, football player. I'm gonna toast. I don't think anything beyond what's known so far has been released yet for information. I haven't seen any news articles yet lately, so I hope he's okay. I hope he gets better, and to his family, I hope that you know that their son gets better. Um, I feel bad for him. Also, to Savvy and her hamster that passed away. Um, no, guinea pig. Sorry, I said hamster. It's guinea pig. Colonel passed away. So toast to Savvy and Colonel for her loss. And then I'm gonna throw out a birthday one here, kind of a late one. I don't know if you guys remember Eric Cuttle. If you see him on Twitter or you know who Eric Cuttle is, it was his birthday yesterday, and he kind of told me privately, and I told him I'd give a shout out to him, a toast for his birthday for yesterday. He didn't tell me in advance, so I didn't know, but it was his birthday, and so cheers to his birthday. Like there's always bad things and there's always good things that are happening in life, and I guess I tell both sides of it. And so cheers to both health, sorrow, and um, future fortune. So cheers. This is why I don't. This is why you never want somebody like me doing your toast for like your wedding or something. Don't pick that Casey guy. He screws it all up. But anyways, let's take a look at what we got going on here for numbers. Um, Hold on a second here. Let me look, see if I gotta log into my broker. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see whatever the name of Herbie is. I couldn't think of Herbie's name for a second. Drawn a blank. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh yeah, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that you don't want in there. And when you're at it, setting it up, maybe put in a secondary device so in case something happens to your primary, you can still receive that access code to get into your account through another device. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see a total of 66% going through off exchange and EDGX. For AMC for the day today, we're at 55.67% and EDGX at 10.29. Grand total 65.96%. That's right on the money for where it's supposed to be. By the end of the day, it'll probably end up being really close to 64%. It usually goes down in the aftermarket hours with the additional volume that goes through. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. Taking a look at Ape, super high amounts of volume going through off exchange, 73.99%, EDGX at 5.15 for grand total 79.14%. That's 13.14% higher than what it should be by this time of the day normally. And that's including the fact that there is SSR was tripped yesterday and they have the ability to be able to create short exempt volume. GME, nothing. Oh, yeah. On AMC, nothing unusual in CHX volume. On GME, CHX volume is a little elevated today. Their normal 30-day average is 0.17%. The total daily volume today was 0.28, so it was a little elevated. And CHX volume on HYMC was normal. Ortex, taking a look at that. An hour ago on AMC, there was a report of 898,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 830,000 shares. It's not really going to affect the short share interest of the free float too much, but that's at 21.35% currently. Cost per min is at 45.77, average 156.1, and max at 268.07%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 176.73 million shares. Day over day, that is a 200,000 share decrease in on loan amount, with Ortex estimating about 51,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, it was a return of 5.06 million shares. That is the same number. No borrows all day long today, and I think even yesterday as well, no borrows. Only returns. Yesterday there was about 100,000 shares returned as there was 100,000 shares less on loan, leaving us at 35.82 million shares on loan. Today, the short share interest of the free float's at 7.23%. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume at the end of the day today is at a $4.50 strike price. We went from 11.5 thousand contracts to 12.1. And on puts, the final, it's really close between $3.50 and $4 for the strike on the highest amount of volume, but 3.5 eked it out with 4.8 thousand contracts when it was 4.6 an hour ago. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.40. We are getting some consolidation, and you can see a little bit of a trend starting from this point heading up. We are holding this trend line. Hopefully, what we're going to see here is with the divergence of the $5.54 Fibonacci retracement and this level of support that's rising here. Hopefully what we end up seeing have happen here is a breakout somewhere around here for breaking through $5.54, as this would make a bullish triangle. So hopefully we get that, and that's going to be somewhere in the, I've got it drawn for 1736 to 1840. So maybe in the aftermarket hours, I'm going to actually extend this box out to pre-market for tomorrow, just so it's in there. So hopefully we get that somewhere in the aftermarket hours to pre-market tomorrow morning. I am seeing what looks like bullish movement for for tomorrow. I like what I'm seeing. I think it's setting up quite nicely for it. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's been the only one in the top 30 due to low volume on AMC and Ape, and that ends up being the case throughout the day, as it's not still, neither are on here still on this list. GME, however, has a 81% buy to 19% sell ratio, looking very strong. $3.54 for SSR trip on AMC did not happen today. Ape did not trip, but is on trip. It's on for today after it tripped yesterday. Had we broke $1.08 today, we would have had SSR tripped again for Ape. Shares available to borrow has decreased in the last hour, which means they probably tend on trying to fight this back down some more. Looks like there was an additional 50,000 shares borrowed to try and fight the price, keep the price from rising. That puts them at 1.1 million shares borrowed for the day today in total. Fees are currently at 82.2% fee, which is rising from the 81.1 it was at an hour ago. NASDAQ is up 0.7, Dow Jones is up 0.31, and the S&P 500 is up 0.7. That means the market is advancing over declining, with 4,951 advancers to 1,856 decliners. The market is definitely advancing, cooking with bacon grease because it looks hot and tasty, and like bacon. U.S. dollar is down today, 0.25% at 104.25. Oil is up 1.87. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.46 to 0.64, and SPY is up 0.75%. The VIX is down 2.49. VB is up 1.68. VBR is up 1.65. Tesla's up 5.02. Amazon is down 0.29. Cinemark is up 4.33. Doge is up 2.58. Bitcoin is up 1%. GME is up 0.93. HYMC is up 6.65. Hood is up 2.85. CS is up 5.13. NCMI is up 13.98. Ape is up 11.79. And AMC is up 3.35%. Inflow versus outflow. We have approximately, we'll just call it $500,000 more outflow than inflow so far for the day today. We have approximately 40 minutes left of trading, which means we're looking at like 350 minutes of trading so far for the day today. It's actually 349. Putting us on a pace for 18.22 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On AMC, I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I think we'll hit that, no problem. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.04, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, whipsaw all the way up here. Currently, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure on a 30-minute interval with RSI at 53.84, which is slightly above average, but the both buying and selling pressure are increasing, but they keep going back and forth on who's more dominant throughout the day today. On a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 55.88, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there is approximately $700,000 more inflow than outflow. After 350 minutes of trading, we are on a pace for 19.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 15 and 35. Looks like we're going to hit that no problem. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.06, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.19, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.17, which is above average. And with that, I'm really excited to try out movie trivia with you guys today. All right, so here's the warning. I know I've done it. I've warned you guys a couple times already, but I'm going to warn again. On the movie trivia today, it is going to be orchestral, most of it. I think there might be one movie that has something non-orchestral, and you'll guess that one right off the bat. I know as soon as you hear the song, everybody's going to be like, it's this, right? Yeah, you'll know what it is. But the rest of them are going to have orchestral pieces. A lot of people don't realize that a lot of theme songs for movies are orchestrated movie pieces. I've picked out what I think is maybe a defining, well, I don't want to say defining, but something that can at least give you an idea as to what movie it belongs to, with a 15 to 20 second version of the theme song being played for the movie. So just going to throw that out there. We shall see what it is here. Actually, no, that's not true, DJ. That's not it. Mm. I know. You think I'm trying to say instrumental. One of them is instrumental. The rest of them are orchestral. It is literally. It's like if you think John Williams, right? Like it's really just an orchestra that's playing. It's not. It's not like like a rock song or something like that, or pop or anything like that. So, um, but I do mean orchestral because it is an orchestra that is playing the theme song. Believe it or not, most theme songs to movies are orchestral, not instrumental. Symphonic Orchestra. That is correct. I would say one of the songs, Maggie, is instrumental. One's a pop song, maybe kind of sort of, and the rest of them are orchestral. Jaws. Dun. Oh yeah, and then also the movies will have three from each decade, starting from the 80s going to current. This particular decade only has one movie listed in it, but there are a total of 13 different songs that I will be playing 15 to 20 seconds of. I am not singing or humming them. Some of them are going to be harder than others. You're going to be really surprised how difficult I think this is. A lot of people don't. I don't think. I think we're going to find out who the musicians are in here. I think the musicians are going to have an easier time picking these out than perhaps most others. It's four decades: 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. But it also includes this decade as well. So it's really kind of five decades, but we're only, what, 3 years into this decade. So, but it goes from the 1980s. I am playing these in sequential order. Is it sequential? Yeah, by year on the release. So it should be in order, um, based on, yeah, it should be in order. Should be in order based on release date, I think. I think. Don't quote me on that. They should be pretty close. Okay, so Jabib says naming songs or movie titles. So I want you to name the movie that it belongs to. That's for 1 point. If you decide to get risky and go for the name of the movie and the name of the song, or actually, let me say composer of the song. Composer of the song. If you happen to put both those two in, I'll give you 3 points. But you got to beat everybody else who just decides to put in movie name. And if you do movie title, composer, and what was the other thing we were saying? The name of the song? Yeah, I want to say it was the name of the song. The name of the song, which sometimes they don't actually have a name. They just say like theme song for such and such. Uh, I would just stick with the first two. Well, I'll give you 3 points. I'll give you 3 points though if you manage to be the first person to put both the movie title and the yeah, all in the same chat message. It's got to be in the same chat message. Sam says, and then you lose because you took too long to write that all out. That's the whole point. It depends on how risky you want to get. Risk it for the biscuit. All right, hold on a second here. I'm gonna have to make sure that the music is turned up a little bit here because I don't want you guys to not be able to hear it. So I'm gonna put it right about there. Kind of guesstimating where the music volume should be at. So if they're a little too loud, I apologize. But the sound level that I put it at should be acceptable. And let's see here. I gotta figure out how to put this. There we go. This is probably gonna screw up everything here. Oh well. All right, so some of these songs, just going to throw this out there. Some of these songs are not starting at the very beginning. I might have like a 15-second period of time that I felt was better appropriate to play, so that you guys would get it. One of the first ones is kind of an easy one. To kind of warm you guys up a little bit and just make you kind of feel a little bit like it's not so tricky, not fixed or rigged. But it's gonna get harder. I promise it's gonna get harder. Yeah, not. We got 1 more minute here, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and type it in. Pam, how's it going? You're missing out, Pam. I'm so sad you got to work. Movie trivia today is kind of cool movie trivia, but it's good to see you. All right, 15 seconds. Here we go, guys. Get ready for it. We're gonna start this off. We need a little bobblehead Ross here moment to kind of get you guys in. Are you ready? Little bobblehead Ross moment.
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
All right, you gotta have the dark just in order to have the light. This is it. Here we go. Are you guys ready? From the 80s. This is the soundtrack, the theme soundtrack to this movie. The first person to name it. I'm only going to play 15 seconds. The first person to name it will get it. Here we go. That is correct. E.T. for the win. E.T. is correct. E.T. was first said by Mike, number 39. Congratulations on the first point. E.T. Mike, number 39. Got you down for a point. All right, next one. Next one. Remember, these are in sequential order. Here is the next one. Ghostbusters is correct by It's Me. Ghostbusters is the correct answer. Congratulations on the point. These are easy. These are easy. These are kind of easy here. It's going to get a little harder here. Here we go. Here's the next one. This one does not start at the beginning. This one does not start at the beginning. Remember, this is an 80s movie. Here we go. Batman is correct. The first person put it in there was Cal R. PNA. Congratulations, Cal R. PNA. 1 point. That is correct. It was really close. Cal R. PNA came in just slightly before Mike 39. It was really, really close, Mike. You almost got it. You almost got it. Oh, wait. Hold on. I see Batman up higher than that. Hold on a second here. No, I'm sorry. Cal PNA, Eric L 2375 was the one that almost beat you. Sorry, I got it wrong. I said the wrong person. Oh no, It's Me had Batman before that. I see Batman. Hold on. I scrolled up just a little bit higher. It's Me got the point. I got to take it back. Sorry, Carl. It's Me had the point for Batman. I totally missed it. But he put in. It was because of the way that he wrote it in there. He put in. He put the Batman theme. So I didn't see it because it was more than he put the in there, and so it kind of threw me off a little bit. It's Me did get the point for that one. Everybody's like rigged. Yeah, it's not rigged. Yeah, no, I did have to take that point back there. All right, next one. Here we go. Oh, son of a gun. Where did? Oh, there it is. Let's see. Next one. Here we go. So those were the 80s movies. Now we're moving into the 90s. This is the 90s movies. Here we go. Ready? Jurassic Park. The very first person to put it in is 12 Omni. I can't even write that. 12 on OMI. 12 ONOMI. Omni. I gotta scroll back up to reread what that was because I can't even. OMI CPR OTV 1. Okay, that was one hell of a name there. Congratulations, that was correct. Man, we are getting some names in here that are winning today that I've never seen before. This is really good. I'm glad to see. All right, this is a tough one. Here we go. Next 90s movie. Next one. Here we go. Oh, I think I threw you guys for a loop on this one. I think I threw you guys for a loop. That was not any of those. I think I might have gotten you guys. Independence Day. Who wrote that? Ken Gross got it. That is Independence Day. That is correct. Ken Gross for Independence Day. That is correct. Nice job, Ken. I knew that was going to be a tough one. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the next one. Here's the next one. Here we go. Are you ready? Wait a minute. I am so confused, Joe. Joe, like it literally got out one note and you had Men in Black in there. Like, dude, all right. I mean, you got it right, and I don't know how you did that, but dude, come on, that's crazy. Joe, I'm writing it down, but I mean, I literally it got one note out by the time I saw you put in Men in Black. I'm gonna play that one out here just so everybody can hear it. That was a little fishy on that one for an answer, but here we go. I want you guys to hear the full 15 seconds. I don't know how you got that one. I thought for sure, that was gonna kind of throw you guys for a loop on that one. But you nailed it somehow. Somehow. All right, we're moving into the 2000s. We're moving into the 2000s here. Uh, I hope you guys are ready. Here comes the next one. Joe, give me a break, man. That was crazy. It was either like you're just looking at movies and calling them off, or I'm not sure what you're doing. But here we go. Moving into the 2000s. Here we go. Oh man, why does it keep doing that? Okay. 12 Omni, whatever, Pete Proctor TV1 got it again. It is the Grinch. That is the correct answer. The Grinch. That was the correct answer. I apologize that some of these guys are starting off. So on this next one, guys, there are multiple movies of this. I only want just the name. You don't have to give me the full name and title and everything. So here we go. Here's the next one. Harry Potter for It's Me is correct. I knew that was going to be an easy one. Super, super, super easy. All right, we got how many we got more here to go? We got about 5 more here to go. This one might throw you guys for a little bit of a loop. I'm starting about 8 seconds into this one here. Let's see if you guys can get this one. This might be a little bit tough, but here we go. Here's the next one. Nemo is correct. Who got that first? Let me see that. Nemo is correct by It's Me. That is correct. Wow, I'm impressed. I am very, very impressed. That was Nemo. All right, here we go. Next one. Here's the next one. This one might get you guys. I'm starting this one 15 seconds into the song, so let's see if you guys get this one here. This is going to be moving into the 2010s, by the way. We are moving into 2010 decade. Avatar is correct by John Hannaford. That is the correct answer. Avatar was the correct answer. All right, here we go. Next one. This one's going to be super easy, guys. Super, super easy. Ready? Here we go. Guardians of the Galaxy is correct. I'm going to give that to Donald Devoid with GOTG works fine. That is an acceptable answer. Donald Devoid, correct. Donald, I'm going to scroll back up here just real quick. I just want to make sure you were indeed first because I had looked away for just a second. I want to make sure nobody else guessed it ahead of you. Okay, yeah, you are the first person to guess that, so you got that one. Guardians of the Galaxy was the correct answer. All right, next one. Here we go. This is the last one for the 2010 era. This is starting 45 seconds into the song. Black Panther is correct by It's Me. That is the correct answer. Yeah, Black Panther was the correct answer. That is 5 points, guys. Out of 13 points, It's Me's walked away with 5 points. That is insane. Nice one. All right, guys. Last song. Very last song here. You guys ready? Oh, yeah. I did it. I did do it. You know what it is. Top Gun. All right, so look, Censor Content put Mav, and it is Top Gun Maverick. I'm gonna give Joe. I'm gonna give Joe Ponce and Censored Content a point because it was technically Top Gun and Maverick. So I'm gonna give you guys both a point on that one since you guys kind of almost came in almost the exact same time. Censored Content And who was the other person? The other person was Joe Pounce. I don't know, Joe. I don't think you deserve a second point after that other one that you got. All right, censored content with the last final point there. Congratulations, guys, on making it through that. I'm really impressed. You guys did way better than I expected. To be honest with you guys, I really felt like that was going to be a much more difficult task than you guys made it out to seem. So congratulations on beating expectations. You guys did an excellent job. However, only one person did a better job than everybody else, and that goes out to It's Me with 5 points out of 13. Absolutely cleaning y'all's clocks out there. so, congratulations. So the movies in order. They were E.T., Ghostbusters, Batman, Jurassic Park, Independence Day, Men in Black, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Finding Nemo, Avatar, Guardians of the Galaxy, Black Panther, and Top Gun Maverick. I did want to make sure that I picked movies that were pretty recognizable and not going to be outrageously hard to figure out. Although some of them I think did kind of give you guys just a little bit of moment of pause. So let's see, Mike 39, congratulations on your second point of the week. It's Me. Congratulations on your 7 points for the week. Your additional 5. We've got 1, 2 on Ami CP RTV. 1. No, 2. 2 points. Congratulations on your first 2 points today. I'm just going to start calling you either 12 or TV. I'm not sure which. But Ken Gross, congratulations on your first point of the week. Joe, you son of a gun. I don't know how the hell you did what you did in that one single beat, but I'm giving you 2 points. John Hannaford, congratulations on your point. Donald Devoid, congratulations on your first point of the week. And Censored Content, congratulations. Welcome back to the game. All right, that's it. So our weekly winner, our daily winner is It's Me. Our weekly winner is It's Me with 7 points for the week. Second place right now is Tendies Plus Plus with 3 points. And we have a tied for third place, a 4-way tie for third place between Novocaine, Mike number 39, 12 on Onami CPR TV, and Joe Pounce. So congratulations to you all on your positions. There is only one more day of competition left, as I don't do it on Fridays. So hopefully I spent a little bit of time putting that together for you guys. Hopefully that was a little bit of a refreshing change to the movie trivia. I don't know what I'll be doing for tomorrow, but it'll be something. I'll do something. I don't know what, but I'll be doing something. Yeah, I don't understand how Joe. I feel like he's like my next door neighbor or something. One single note from what movie was it? I can't remember what movie it was that you got. I erased the movies already. What movie was it that he got like right off the bat? Oh, it was Men in Black. Dude, I don't understand. Joe, you got to tell me how you did it. Even if you like just guessed, I just want to know. All right, 12. I will just call you 12 for now. Ah, you love that movie. But it was like one note though, dude. Like legitimately it was only a single note and you picked it out of like it was one note and you had it in there really, really fast. It was insane how fast you. It was. I mean, it was really insane that you got that. Belarkey says Fed officials agree rate cuts shouldn't happen in 2023, citing risk of inflation accelerating faster than anticipated. Casey, describe a movie with 5 key words. Ooh, as an idea for the trivia for tomorrow. That's not a bad. You're making me do homework though, man. I wanted to work. I want to work on investigating uh, the the new board members, or just kind of figuring out who they are and what they've, some of their connections and stuff. All right, I'll see what I can do. I like that idea. It's not bad. It's not a bad idea. Um, and since my mom's here, she would probably love to help work on something like that. So maybe we'll try that. Danny, take care, man. We'll see you when you get here. We'll keep the light on. Shane keeps saying I said that in the beginning. I said that. What did you say, Shane? I missed it. I missed what you said. 12 says I'm currently watching the Bernie Madoff show on Netflix. Dude really did some evil stuff. I have Netflix, so maybe I'll have to check that out. That's right. My wife used to she used to go to Corpus Christi. For those of you who are down in Corpus Christi in that area, you'll know what I'm talking about. When you're driving on that main highway that takes you down to the beach, shoot, I can't think of the name of the area, but when you're going down to the beaches that are down there, Mustang Island area, there's a Motel 6 on the, oh shoot, what side of the freeway is that? The left-hand side of the freeway as you're going towards the beaches. It's like this really like janky place, man. Super, super janky. My wife, I think for a year or two, when I first met her, she's like, "Well, I want to go down to the beach. Let's go down to the beach." And she's like, "I always get this Motel 6 over here." So we went there. I think we stayed there twice, and I was like, "Never, we can't stay here anymore, hun. you got you got to upgrade a little bit. You can't stay in these Motel 6 places anymore. You got a guy who cares for you." So, I mean, I'll tell you, man, that place was it was literally some place you wouldn't even really want to just sleep in. It was way worse than that. It was rough. It's me says Motel 6 was the jam until I started working in hotels. U.S. government to work together with BKKT on a government cryptocurrency to release in 2025. Interesting. Harry Parrott says it's fun to take a blue light and check the sheets at Motel 6. I don't think that sounds like fun. I don't. There was a time a couple years back where I had some dudes that would do that. They would rent random hotel rooms, and then they would go in there with like a team of 2 or 3 people, and they would basically like blacklight the whole room, and show like what the places were like, and they were putting on YouTube just for everybody to see. it was messed up, man. The crazy part, I think for me, the craziest part was is like you would assume that you would see like majority of your blacklight items that would be hot like would be the floor or the bedding or something like that. But no, 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 no. It's the ceilings. The ceilings have stuff all over the ceilings, and it's like what the hell's going on in these places? And the ceilings were just always like super just lit up with the black light on. Casey, will you sing it? What will I sing? What am I singing? What am I singing? Tomorrow? I'm not singing no. Jathan says my wife and I stayed at a Motel 6 in Buffalo, New York. We bought 2 blankets and pillows, used the room just to sleep. I mean, I feel like that's all a Motel 6 is really good for. Like you just plan on sleeping there and that's it. It just is a place to stop and um like just get into a bed other than your car. Myself says a famous quote from a movie could also work. That's not a bad idea. I think I did movie quotes one time, and or I said I was going to try and say them like they did in the movie, and then I couldn't do any of them, so I like ended up I maybe did one of them was like get to the chopper. Thick says repo. Reverse repo for today is 2.229 trillion with 108 counterparties. Previously it was 2.188 with 99. The truth, you can't handle the truth. That was A Few Good Men, wasn't it? I like are, is price an option, Danny, or is it not an option? It depends on price. It depends on whether or not price is an option. No option. Um, it's called. I think it's called Danbury. Maybe I think is maybe what it's called. Or maybe I might be saying it wrong. Hold on a second. Let me look it up real quick here. Um, give me 1 second. I'll tell you what the name of it is. I only stayed in this place like twice, and it is absolutely amazing. I don't know if it's the same way everywhere you go. Uh, Drury Inn, Drury. I said it wrong. It's Drury Inn, and if you ever have a chance to go to a Drury Inn, those are really nice. I like those a lot. Yeah, it's me actually wrote it before I even said it. Drury. Yeah, that's correct. You did nail it. Drury's are really nice. I like them a lot. I think they're great places to stay. They're a little more on the expensive side, but Drury's are I liked them. I mean, the one that I stayed in, I don't know if they're all the same, but they're nice places. Actually, I don't even know. I don't even know how if they're. I don't know. I don't even know if they're countrywide or not. It's a mid-scale limited service hotel under the brands Drury Inn and Suites, Drury Inn, Drury Suites, Drury Plaza Hotel, and Pear Tree Inn. As of 2022, the chain operates in more than 150 locations in 26 states. But yeah, if you ever have, they were founded in 1973, and man, I'll tell you what, they're probably one of the nicer places that I've been to. That and I would say that yeah, they're pretty mid-scale. They're not real expensive, but they're more than I would probably normally pay. It's not the strip club I was talking about earlier. Oh, guess what, guys? I hate to break it to you, but it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Go to a movie. Take your pets for a walk. Those are all things you should do. I don't just say it just for my health. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.